Tonight, all of the participants online. This work session, May the 12th, 2022. Mr. Montoya.
Here.
Miss George.
Here.
Myself. Constitutes a quorum. While the mask mandate has been lifted by the governor of the state of New Mexico, because this meeting is taking place within the Navajo Nation, the board is complying with the more restrictive provisions of the Navajo Nation health order. As a result, the district will continue to conduct its meetings held on the Navajo reservation consistent with the practice it has been using during COVID, so as to comply with the social distancing orders. This event will only be available to the public via live streaming on the district's YouTube channel at the link. This meeting is closed to in-person public participation. First of all, let's start with comments from the audience. I've asked Secretary George to read those. To read that, we have one.
Yes, Board President, thank you. We have one comment from the audience. It says, I am a mother of 3 children enrolled in Central Consolidated School District. I am submitting this comment in regards to agenda item 1, update on Newcomb Elementary School construction by Candace Thompson. I reiterate the following facts presented during the March 31st special board meeting. According to Mr. Gleason, the Newcomb principal, there were 245 students attending Newcomb Elementary School pre-pandemic. When the pandemic began, many students migrated to the nearby BIE schools because Newcomb Elementary School lacked the technology needed for students to attend virtual. Currently, there are 183 students enrolled. Mr. Gleason stated the current elementary school's area is 1,000 square feet. The design is proposed to be 825 square feet, which is 175 less than what the students are occupying today. Candace Thompson informed the school board that the design of the building is for 227 students. She also stated funding for the 2 additional classrooms for the Heritage Program would be funded by state PFCA funding because it falls within the standards for the state funding. Mr. Gleason expressed a need for the school to have a meeting room for the school functions that require a meeting room. Mr. Gleason also stated that the previous month, the school sent home 129 surveys to the parents of students. Of the 129, there were 80 families willing to send their students to the dual language program. Candace Thompson reported there was not a curriculum for the dual language program, therefore classrooms were not in design. My 3 children were students at Eva B. Stokely in the dual language program for many years. The program started as an immersion kindergarten class in 2010, later transitioning to dual language. These programs have been in existence for 12 years. There were many families that drove their children from outside of Shiprock to attend the program. Since 2010, there has been a curriculum which was created specifically for the dual language program from which Newcomb can replicate. We, the voices from our community, have expressed that we value our culture, our language, our songs, our prayers, and our way of life. 80 families are interested and willing to enroll their children in the dual language program at Newcomb, according to Principal Mr. Herman Gleason. As voters in the community, we voted for you as school board members to be our voice. We respectfully request that the school board approve the additional classrooms using the CCSD General Account Impact Aid and or any additional state funding. Please allocating additional funding to increase the area of the new school instead of decreasing the area by 175 feet. Presented on March 31st, 2022. Our community wants additional classes to house the programs that supports the continuation of our culture, language, songs, prayers, stories, and our identity. When our children have a sense of belonging to a tribe, a community, and a family, they are stronger, smarter, and healthier emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually. I respectfully request that you support our children by providing your vote to add 6 classrooms and a meeting room for educating our children in Newcomb. Thank you. Sincerely, Yolanda Benali, Little Tree.
Thank you, Secretary George.
Sure.
Board President,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Haskey joined the meeting at 5:36. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to reports at this time. The first one is just by Justine Yazzie, Navajo Youth Risk Behavior Survey.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Justine Yazzie, and I'm the delegated senior health educator for the Shiprock Health Education and HIV Prevention Program. Today, we wanted to share some information on the Navajo Youth Risk Behavior Survey that we may want to implement this fall. We were seeking approval to implement this survey, but since our last conversation, when we requested to be added to today's meeting agenda, our service areas convened to discuss the possibility of postponing the survey until next school year. But that has not been confirmed, so we still wanted to continue to present to you all. Some issues that arose due to postponing is that service areas across Navajo Nation, we're seeing, non-functioning school boards, new staff, which is relevant to our staff. We're all fairly new to this. And then also, we're still in a pandemic, and we wanted to, get some more time to prepare instead of prematurely going into this, trying to implement it while we're still trying to recover. So that's why we want to, possibly postpone for the new school year. But the Navajo Youth Risk Behavior Survey is the only Navajo-specific survey that assesses the health risk behaviors and resiliency factors for Native youth. The survey is given to middle school students 6th through 8th grade and high school students 9th through 12th. The questions that are asked in the survey measure priority risk behaviors that can lead to morbidity, mortality, and social problems that occur among youth and adults in the U.S. So there are 6 priority risk factors that are measured in this survey that cover behaviors that contribute to unintentional and intentional injuries, tobacco use, alcohol and drug use, sexual behaviors that can contribute to unintended pregnancies and sexually transmitted infections, including HIV, dietary behaviors, and physical activity. And for this year's survey, they did want to implement 5 new questions that cover COVID, but that's still in review right now. And then I mentioned the survey also asked the students about resiliency factors, that have had a positive impact on their health, including, caring relationships, support, participation, life skills, and positive peer support, just to name a few. So the last survey was implemented in 2017. With that survey, schools under CCSD did participate, but again, we're all new staff, so we weren't part of that survey or implementing that survey. So we're not 100% familiar with the results, but we did want to share it with you all. I hope you guys received the reports. There's the middle school and high school results that show the every 3 years the survey was done. And then like that diagram you saw, that's the placemat that shows the results and how it relates to the U.S. National Health Objectives for 2020. And then this one, there's the high school and middle school Navajo and state comparison. Some handouts we wanted to have you guys have to look at. But again, we are all still new to assisting with the survey, but the results for this survey, they really help in increasing awareness about the risk behaviors that occur among our Navajo youth, and it also helps with developing youth programs, and then also monitoring progress for, achieving health objectives at the national and local level. And, also if we get a 60% response rate from your schools, and then an overall response rate from all the schools, Each participating school can get a school-specific report, which can help in applying for grants or programs to assist with any results of high-risk areas for your schools. So that's what can come out for you guys. And this survey, is designed to protect your students' privacy. They'll remain anonymous. They don't put their name on it. And we do ask for parent permission, though. But I hope you guys were able to gain an understanding of the importance of this survey, especially for your schools that serve our Navajo youth, on or near the Navajo Nation. And you guys will be able to support administering the survey if we go with it this year or if we decide to postpone it. With many schools under CCSD, we have our staff that will be covering Kirtland, Oho, and then we have our staff covering Shiprock to Newcomb. So we have 4 of our staff members for our Shiprock office that will be implementing for the Shiprock service area. And that's just to give you an idea of who's involved with it for your schools. But I want to thank you for your time. And if you guys have any questions, I can do my best to answer, or I can get the answer for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any for
Question.
Justin? Yes. Yes.
Ms. Shazi?
Yeah.
This is Board Member Montoya. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Question, what you said, the possibility of receiving some grant funding. Where's that funding coming from? What's the funding source?
So those funding sources can come from, different like CDC, like anything that relates to the health. I'm not 100% sure what funding schools may have used to, when they got their results, but it does have to deal with, any local Department of Health up to the national level of any kind of grant funding, like, for like PE classes or maybe health education classes.
Okay, the next I guess question or comment I have is in regards to what you were saying about morbidity and health issues for the youth through high school. Do you guys have a program for early childhood and young parents to educate them on the importance of interaction activity for the infants?
For Navajo Nation, not with our program. Ours starts at a more of a upper level of like elementary up. But as far as other programs, there are programs, I can't think of them on top of my head, but I can definitely get that for you. But there is programs related to those areas, but not with ours.
Well, I'm sure you know that those make some of the biggest difference, especially as a child grows older, and that intimacy and the nutrition, especially in a child's first 1,000 days from birth, that those programs are very beneficial. And if they can certainly focus on educating the young parents, and that would be very beneficial along down the road. So, all righty, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comment?
I have a comment. Ms. Yazzie, this is Ms. George, board member. So the 2017 Youth Risk Behavior Survey that you have up, I was actually in that. I helped you guys implement that and carry that out through the district. And so I believe that the Navajo Youth Risk Behavior Survey is very good. It's very needed for our youth, specifically for Navajo Nation. And so the best way to go about that would be to reach out to our interim superintendent, and he can get you in contact with, student support services, where the health and wellness specialist can help you maybe get with the social workers or the principal at the school. And we divided it. It was already packaged, so we just handed it out to the classrooms. We got the student counts of enrollment, And it took less than 15 minutes to do the survey for the students. And then they put them back in the sealed envelope, and the youth survey workers, they picked it up. And and then the parents also were given the consent form if they wanted their child to participate or not to participate. And I think the last time on the 2017 one, our youth did really good with substance abuse, at least in the middle school. I know that's changed a lot this year. And I know we have the New Mexico Youth Resiliency through New Mexico PED that also will come in and do the survey as well. Probably the beginning of the school year coming up. So you might keep that in mind. So you don't, if you guys wait until August or September to do this, just know that New Mexico PED will come in and do their youth risk behavior survey probably at that same time. And then Mr. Montoya, just to, as a comment to your BMI surveillance that you were asking about for elementary, that would be through IHS Health Promotions. They come in and do the elementary kids' BMIs, and they give really good presentations to the kids, and they can also reach out to the families. But that was stopped back a while because we didn't utilize IHS Health Promotions anymore. So that would be a reconnection that we would need to get back with Health Promotions for the BMIs to take place.
I was actually talking about early childhood.
They can do that. They do the same thing. Well, early childhood would fall under that. So, but that's all I have. Thank you.
I have a question.
Ma'am.
Hi, this is board member Haskey. I was wondering with the outcomes that you have, the results, and depending on which area you receive the results, are there going to be resources provided if the results, let's say in BMI, are there going to be resources for healthy lifestyle or things that the district can implement if once you receive those results? Is that what also part of your program? Do you provide those additional resources for our kids and our families? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haskey.
Yes, thank you for your comment. Oh, I can answer that. So from those results, what happens is, say for example, our program, schools can reach out, say like there's a issue with suicide maybe. We can definitely do a lot of education, because that's what our program does. We do education. So that's the main focus of what we do. We go from the school level all the way to patients, work sites, and just the community in general. So that's where we come in. We can do education. There's other programs like special diabetes. Their focus is on diabetes and physical education. And then there's a lot of more great programs here for Navajo Nation that can, target those areas if there's higher risk areas. And that's where we can assist with that. And then if there's any other programs that you guys can know of too, the district can definitely use those to target those areas.
Did that answer your question, Ms. Haskey?
It does, and I don't know. I was just curious about with the results and the longitude effect or the longitude data, how that is utilized. I know it's used for all these grants, but in terms of our kids and the services that are provided, I would think that, I don't know, more services would be implemented or available, or how that would trickle down to the families, to our communities. I guess that's the overall arching question I would have is if the study, and from all I'm hearing, there's a lot of studies that are going on. How does, our kids are being asked all these questions and stuff, and they're not. There should be some kind of I don't know, resources available to help combat all these areas of concern. And I was just wondering that was the big questions, where I was wondering if all of these would be available to the kids after all the information is compiled, and how maybe how other school districts are utilizing the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
Ms. George.
So my experience with this is, 2017, when this youth survey came out, and New Mexico PED's youth resiliency survey came out, what we did was, this was when we implemented the Navajo Nation peacemakers to help in the schools, help with students who have behavior issues, who are truant, who have excessive absentees, and they have issues at home, with their parents, either, getting kicked out, or just family dynamics that are dysfunctional. What the Navajo peacemakers with the surveys reported, the peacemakers would come into the schools and work with the students and work through the court system of Navajo Nation to work with the parents, to work with the students, come to the school, not as punitive to the students or the parents, but to use the court as a liaison to help the student to say, okay, you're in the court system now, but this is how we're going to work with you. We're going to work with you traditionally. We're going to work with you spiritually. And we're going to work with you through the Western side, which is how we do business every day. And that's what that Navajo Peacemakers program was in place for. And then we utilize, the Navajo Nation has a law for suicide. So they have a national Navajo Nation suicide coalition that they have, and we work with them because at that time we had a lot of high suicide ideations or suicide attempts. And for that reason, we work with Navajo Nation president. There's a proclamation for Navajo Nation for this, for the prevention of suicide. We worked with them, and they came out and did presentations to the schools, to the community. And then also we had in place Navajo Nation Behavioral Health Services outside IHS. And what they did was they came into the schools with their social workers to assist. At that time was the cultural assistance team. And that's how we had a safety net and not have students fall through the cracks, so to say, because students that had substance abuse, students who had, mental health, anything like that, Navajo Behavioral Health right up the hill would come in here with their staff, meet with the students in the school, career prep, Shiprock High School, TBA Middle School, all the schools, Newcomb High School, Newcomb Middle School. They would meet with them, do small groups, therapeutic groups. They would, they could also go up there and get services as well for substance abuse, mental health, suicide ideations. And this helped greatly at that time when students were having suicide ideations or suicidal attempts, because what would happen is the schools would call the EMS, the students would be transferred up to IHS to the emergency room. They'd get seen by, we would tell them that the student is en route. What they would do is they would call Navajo Nation Behavioral Health or IHS enough counseling, let the psychiatrist know that a student is en route, ideations. They would be waiting in the ER at that time for that student to arrive. Once that student arrived, they would already start the process of evaluating that student. And by the time the parents got to the hospital, the parents would sign off to give acceptance for their students to be seen and treated at that time. And so then from that process, the student would go to counseling. They would communicate with the school social worker, counselor, principal, and let them know this is how we're working with this student. And these are a safety plan that's in place. And this is what you follow when the student has this issue at school. And it was a followed process. But so that's why this is good. And that's why the New Mexico Youth Resiliency is good, because these programs that we're talking about, we can reach out. This is how we reach out to the entities outside and ask for help. And they come in and they provide all these services. For kids in Kirtland area, we can partner with New Mexico Department of Health. They can come out to service Kirtland area students. And it's just, and it was all taken away. It was all done away with. The only way I could say it, I guess, is it was cut. I don't know whose decision it was to stop those services, but we haven't had those services since then. And we had them in place. We had an MOU. This is where Acu Detox came in to work with the youth who were experiencing anxiety in the schools, who were experiencing any kind of trauma. I have the seeds on right now in my ears, Acu Detox. It's just, they put little Band-Aids when it's the seed, it goes on your pressure points in your ears. We have this in the wellness policy. But again, these programs were cut and done away with because somebody decided that our children didn't need those services. And that's, to put it bluntly, that's what it came down to, especially our, so the Acu Detox really helps with trauma and really helps kids who are dealing with substance abuse. That's how it started. So to bring all these programs back, this is what that youth resiliency behavior does. And then also the departments can write grants and ask for grants based on these to help get these implemented. But like I said, we had them in place before, and for some reason, they decided that those services were not needed, and we still need them today. It would have been in place during the pandemic. Televisits could have been done during the pandemic for students who were at home, and especially during the time when our students with disabilities have living documents for their IEPs. These could have been relevant programs that could have been telecommunications that we could have supported. So, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Hi, this is Justine again, and Ms. George made a great point about the policies. With this data, again, administrators and school boards can use the data to develop those school health policies. And for the parent level, if they were aware of the risk behaviors of their students, they'd probably be more interested in supporting those school policies and any programs and activities. And same with teachers. They know how their students are doing. They can, modify their curriculum to address some of those areas. And then students may want to get involved too. If they know the issue, they want to help their school. They want to help their peers. That's a way to get them involved. And then again, our programs, Navajo Nation programs, and other organizations can use this data again to improve, our own programs, and then make them relevant to what the school needs. So I just wanted to bring that comment. Thank you.
Board President, I also like to finish with a comment in regards to the information.
Go ahead, Ms. Haskell.
I think I'm glad that information that Ms. George shared. I think that's what I was asking about in terms of the resources and the what the outcomes, the activities and resources, resource sharing, and the services that got provided. And like Ms. George said, that it's a lot of prevention programs and a lot of well-needed programs for our community. So thank you for sharing, Ms. George, and thank you for the presentation. I'm sorry I forgot your name, but thank you for the information.
Justine Yazzie.
I just want to, do you mind if I butt in there?
Go ahead.
So Amanda Sutherland does have a little bit of knowledge of the difference between what they had then and what we have now. And I thought maybe she could just elaborate, just to kind of clear it up for us. If she doesn't mind, I just see that she's out there. Would that be okay, Ms. Sutherland?
Sure. Good evening, board president, board members, superintendent. So everything that Cheryl said is correct, and fortunately, it was all still in place. I think the only thing not happening is the seating, because I believe the nurses that were doing it at the time have left the district, but I know that Ms. George had mentioned that in a previous meeting, so we're looking into that again. I'm going to turn off my video if that's okay. It says my bandwidth is low. But I just wanted to say that we actually, during the pandemic, we got this last year, the results came from pre-pandemic, and the social workers did work on the data from that and the results of the last survey to do small groups and help that way. We, during the pandemic, also were able to service students with disabilities with packets, or they had their related services taken care of, and it was all documented. We had some students that were able to join virtually, and we right now still have the IHS MOU with the school-based health clinics and the Johns Hopkins, and we work with them with behavioral health and the mental health part as well. And sorry, I wasn't expecting to speak on it, but I just wanted to assure everyone that we still have these programs in place, and we do utilize the information with our non-clinical social workers with the small groups and the services that they provide. And we definitely can, we're getting back in the swing, coming in back full time, and we'll take all the feedback and make adjustments, but that's where we are right now.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Ms. Husky?
The last comment is, I think, especially the reminder of the pandemic, and all our kids, not just our kids, it's all our students and our staff and our families, community members have been impacted by this pandemic. So I think that this is something that's really needed, and I'm really interested in the survey, what the outcomes would be, what the results would be, and how we can help our community with its services. Thank you.
Thank you. Left-hand column.
Yeah, I don't know what she's referring to. Maybe that.
Can you read it? I can't see it. Sorry. The presenter would be Miss.
I think she's already.
It's just B. Looks like they're doing B.
Okay. Because she asked if the presenter can read the left-hand column for the viewers.
I apologize for interrupting. May I be excused, Mr. Board President?
You may, if you're finished.
Yes, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item B, IDEA application by Rebecca Brent. Miss Brent, you're up.
All right. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Wells, board members, Interim Superintendent, Mr. Carlson. My name is Becky Brandt, and I work in the Student Support Services Department, and I work with the early intervention programs and special education students. I'm here to present our IDEA B application and the plan of assurances to meet the guidelines of federal and state regulations for the school year 2022-2023. Currently in our district, we have 811 students with special needs, students with disabilities, and we have 4 different levels. The first level, we have 259 students. Level 2, 421 students. Level 3, 51 students. And level 4, we have 37 in kindergarten through 12th grade and 43 in preschool. And we have, of those special ed students, 304 are ELL. There are 3 main objectives to the IDEA application. And the first objective is direct instruction and extended school year. The second objective is instructional support. And the third objective is activities for the provision of special education services and special education and related services. And I'm going to explain them a little bit more as I break them down through the next slides. We have 2 areas of our application. We have what's called the basic and the preschool. The basic is for any student with a disability, and preschool is for children 5 and younger. So this coming school year, we've been allotted $2,043,232.35. And the breakdown of that is for direct instruction and ESY, where we have put in $1,251,906.62. For instructional support, we put in $255,930, and provision of special education services, $535,395.73. And then for the preschool aspect of it, we are awarded $53,673.64. Direct instruction, we're putting $10,000 in that, and provision of special education services, $43,673.64. So to go on to the basic IDEA and the direct instruction and ESY, these are the areas where you're using the funding for. We're using it for salaries and benefits for 17 educational assistants, 3 job coaches, and 2 special education teachers. We're using it also for contract costs for 6 contract special education teachers, educational supplies, materials, and equipment, professional development, and extended school year. In Objective 2 of the basic IDEA, we are using it for salaries and benefits for 3 special education transition counselors, and they're responsible for transition planning for students 14 to 21 that are students with disabilities, and to meet indicator 13 and 14. We also have budgeted money for educational supplies and materials, professional development, employment for students with disabilities. And then Objective 2, under the basic IDEA, we have an indirect cost which we pay, and the rate this year is 4.37%, and that's determined by the state and federal government. Salaries and benefit for clerical and specialists. Specialists provide administrative support to related service providers, coordinators, and director, maintain student records, and ensure compliance with STARS and public education regulations. And then we do salaries and benefits for Support Services IT, and this IT specializes in maintaining our special programs, which is the program we use to house all of our documents for students with disabilities, our maintaining all the technology and devices used by students with special needs. And then we have vehicle operation for students with disability, bus driver mileage, fuel costs to transport students to transition work sites and events, and feeder routes. And then go and over the breakdown for preschool IDA. We are using the funding for educational supplies and materials, professional development, because they're required to meet the New Mexico Pre-K grant guidelines for professional development, indirect costs, salary and benefit for bus drivers, and salary and benefit for bus aid. And I stand for questions.
Commissioner Montoya,
No questions.
Ms. George?
Yes, I have a couple of them. With the amount of students who have educational special needs, I'm kind of concerned about just having 3 special education transition counselors for our district. It's very big, and I think we should have more because we're not really servicing those students. And then, the 2 special education teachers, and then the 6 contract special education teachers. Exactly what kind of, what are they, teachers, or are they like different contract titles? Because we have a teacher shortage, and so I know a lot of in the schools are scrambling to have teacher coverage, and so I know that we have some because we have a shortage. So I know that some schools are just grabbing substitutes and putting them in to be special education, to work with these special kids with IEPs and such, and they're substitutes, and it's not
That is
right.
happening. You
Yeah.
want to answer some of that, Ms. Brent?
What was that, Mr. Carlson?
You want to go ahead and address that question a little bit?
Yeah, I can address that question. For this, the 2 teachers that are on there, we just fund 2 teachers out of this particular funding. We fund a lot of other teachers out of other funding. And then we fund 17 educational assistants that support the classrooms. When it comes to the contract teachers, those are teachers that we contract out with contracting companies to help support our behavior classrooms, our autism classrooms, and our high need classrooms, because many times teachers for them classrooms are very difficult to find. And so we try to go with different sources besides just having them advertised through the district, to contract companies to try to ensure that students have high quality teachers to meet their needs.
And then I have one.
Go ahead.
So with the multi-layered system that we have in place by New Mexico PED, is there a way that we can get these teachers who are having to be the SAT, first person, they have to figure out what forms to use, and they have to start the SAT process, and with a child that's got an IEP or a 504, even though the 504 doesn't really fall under IDEA, but it does fall under the guidelines of special, of the OCR. Is there a way that these teachers can, under the multi-layered system, can get some kind of stipend in this, or kind of get something? At
You
least
mean the
some
special ed teachers that are doing that? Or
special, like even regular teachers who are having, because the way I understand the multi-layered system is that teachers are the first point of contact. They make the referral that a student in their class needs services. And so they have to start that SAT process and then meet with the PLC. Then they have to meet with the SAT chair. Then they have to meet with the whole school that's on the SAT to see if that student is eligible for a 504 or eligible for services, or related services. And then even the teachers under the dual language program, they have to do the same process. And so the teachers already have a lot. So they're just bombarded with testing, with trying to get the students' behaviors in check in class, communicate with the parents. And, it's pushed on the teachers because the teacher, some schools are told you have to keep in contact with the parent. You have to make direct communication with the parent. That's your job under multi-layered system and under the SAT process. And the one thing that I have a problem with is, one, there can't be one communication between a parent and a teacher, especially a student with special ed services, because that's a federal law. And if it was to go to litigation, you have a teacher here who is not trained or in the whole process fully, and they're trying to scramble around and trying to figure out what documents and who to call here at administration to help them start this process. And then if it becomes litigation, then the administration part will say, hey, it falls on the teacher. No, it falls on the principal of that school, because the principal is the building supervisor. The principal is responsible for anything that happens in that school. And then two, the administrators of the school are given a district cell phone. So all communications involving a student with special needs services or a 504 should go through via email to the school administrator, counselor, SAT, whoever, or call to the school, or through the use of the principal's district cell phone. Because again, if litigation comes and you have a teacher who's using her personal cell phone to communicate with a parent that has their student has an IEP, that sets them up for a really bad litigation there. And then it also, the courts could say, you know what, we want to subpoena your phone because you use your personal phone, and the district is not paying for a teacher's personal phone or a staff counselor or social worker personal phone for them to use in the district. So it should be any staff that has a district phone, those things should be routed to there, because then the district can say, okay, here's the district phone. All communication has been in here. All communications has been handled through email or through the phone call to the school. Because, I think we're just pushing a lot on our teachers. And I go back to our teachers are either retiring or they're leaving, or they're just too burned out, they're stressed out, and they just don't have a lot of reinforcement at this time. And I know that I know you're working through that, and I know you're getting processes in place, but I think they just feel like, well, because this is OCR, this is IDA, this is federal. So we gotta make sure that we really watch our staff, and we help give training, we help give, from the top here, from administration office, we help support down below, like presentations, more than just 30 minutes, or, it might be a long day. I don't know how that works, maybe on a Friday, I don't know, for example. And because those are real trainings that a lot of our teachers and staff need.
Yeah, I can answer that just a little bit. I won't go in the whole thing, but so a lot of this stuff here is after the kids have been through the SAT process.
Yeah.
We talk about the SAT process. the professional educators that I know that are teachers know that that's part of the job, and they gather data on all their students, and they have interventions on all their students. So the SAT process is more. Hopefully, they don't have too many of them, but professional educators are able to navigate that SAT process. What you were alluding to, especially, is that when we have those subs, the permanent subs, who don't have that training, it is a huge burden on those folks because they're not used to doing it. So I'm going to talk about the calendars in a while. One of the things is more built in both of the calendars we have is more professional development time. So training to do those things, but also the time to actually do those things. So the SAT meetings can take place on those professional development days and can be scheduled on, if it's a 5-day calendar, it can be in the afternoons and Fridays. If it's a 4-day calendar, it can be some of those full professional development days. So we are working to train teachers more with that. But you're right, it is a burden. I did see Mr. Montoya over here kind of shaking his head because he has a wife who's a teacher, and he knows very well that she's probably been through many, many, many SAT meetings, as have all of those who have spouses who teach.
Thank you.
Now, are there any other questions or comments? Ms. Haskey?
I think she dropped
Yes. No, I'm here.
Sorry.
I guess that would be my concern is the number of students that we have that require special services, and as a district, are we providing the necessary services so that all our students are successful? And when we think about the Yazi Martinez case, are we fulfilling those obligations to our kids, to our students, in the best possible way? I understand that there are limitations due to the retiring teachers and educators, but we have to provide those services the best that we can. And I think that I also agree with Ms. George in terms of how do we do the balance of not overburdening our teachers with things that can be done by other educators, other areas, staff, and finding that balance to provide those services. So I think this is really good information for me to think about. So thank you for the information, and I guess I'm looking forward to seeing how all the different things that we're hearing about, how we can improve services for our students in light of all this, of the pandemic, of the social emotional needs, and then with our special needs students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haskey. Ms. George, anything else? Mr. Montoya? Thank you, Ms. Brand.
Thank you, Board President.
Next up is Fine Arts Education Act grant by Ms. Bellamy de Carrera Presley. Ms. Presley?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, School Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey, Secretary George, school board members, and CCSD community members. Yate She'e Bellamy de Herrera Presley Yinishet, Nakai Dene Inishli, Nashgala Dene Do Kachin Bashashin, Nakai Dene Dashache, Nakai Dene Dashanale. I'm happy and honored to present to you this evening the Fine Arts Education Act application grant that our Curriculum and Instruction Department Federal Programs is presenting to you. In our PowerPoint this evening, I'd like to go over the foundation of the grant and what it supports, and then we'll move into the matrix of the funding. Looking over our first slide here, the Fine Arts Education Act was enacted to provide funding to our music and arts programs. We are first provided to our elementary school students. We've applied for this grant over the last 5 years. Over this last year, the New Mexico PED has opened up the opportunity to support our sixth graders that are at the middle school. So the fine arts application was originally for elementary schools only, and then it also introduced K-6. So we brought back the question of what do we do for our sixth graders that are at the middle schools. So we are happy that this year we are allowed to incorporate our sixth grade population into this grant as well for the first time. So our grant supports dance, media arts, music, theater, visual arts, and it's to encourage cognitive and affective development. The focus of the grant: training students in complex thinking and learning, focusing on a variety of learning styles and engaging students through success, helping students to devise creative solutions for problems, providing students with new challenges, and teaching students to work cooperatively with others and to understand and value diverse cultures. So this focus is from the grant itself. So with that, our district is able to support 8 elementary schools and the 3 middle schools, 6th grade, as well as Dream Dene Charter Schools, K through 6th grade students. The grant supports salaries for art and music teachers who would normally be split between schools. So this allows for our art and music teachers to be able to stay at one location. It allows for supplies and provides supplies and resources for art and music for 2,426 students, which are determined through the average of our 80th and 120th day count. So we average those two reporting dates in to come up with our numbers. It provides professional development opportunities as well for our music and arts teachers. So our pedagogy that we provide to the grant has been developed by our district music and art teachers. I'm happy to share that the group comes together at least once a month, and if not several times a month, to discuss the successes and challenges of our music and arts programs. So this pedagogy was developed by our teachers. Coming through, art is taught with a student-centered pedagogy, utilizing a philosophy that incorporates the student population interest. Cultural learning tools brought into the classroom, along with understanding of the regional demographics and geographical location of the school. 2/3 of the district is located on the Navajo Nation Indian Reservation. The arts are all about creating, analyzing, and appreciating. Each teacher brings into the setting an added understanding of Native American youth and the challenges they face. Students need to be able to solve problems by thinking ahead or backtracking if something did not go right. In addition, fine arts in our district has also supported social emotional learning by allowing students to use their media as an expression of their feelings and as a way to communicate their educational journey, home life, and interests outside I'm trying to scroll down here in my little screen, in a more relevant and effective way. So this was brought to the grant from our teachers, and I'm very happy to present their work to you. Some of the goals and objectives in this grant, and we did upload as well our copy of the application. This year, the application was in a different format than normal years where we had a hard copy. This year, it was on Google Docs. So with technology, we had to upload it and submit it, and the actual application was not returned back. So we did share with you the goals and the objectives as the arts and music teachers incorporated in. But the overall view was looking at the opportunity for our students, 100% of our students, to be able to showcase their materials I'm not sure if recently you were able to see the district art showcase that was presented. It was amazing. That's one of the opportunities that this grant is able to fund with resources. It also provides assessments, and through their assignments, the arts teachers are able to look at portfolios and then also those art demonstrations, exhibitions. So the funding matrix that is provided to us from PED is through our student count. There is a multiplier that they give us of 0.5, which then brings us to 12,385. We multiply that by the dollar amount given to us from PED, which gives us in our district an overall total of $675,096.44. When we divide that amongst our population, that's roughly $272.55 per student. We support the salaries and the benefits as highlighted in the previous slides in our elementary schools, which comes to $663,096.44. And then within our middle schools coming on board this year, we brought them into conversations with our principals, and it was determined that they wanted support in supplies. Our teachers are already funded through operational funds, so there was not a need for additional funding of teachers. The need that was requested was for additional supplies. So those supplies is at the minimum of $12,000 on top of that for the student count. So that is, in a nutshell, our fine arts grant. We also have uploaded the assurances page for review of our board members. And if there are any questions, I am available at this time.
Montoya.
Ms. Bellamy, I just have a question, a point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
I know they were teacher sharing. So did I hear you correctly that they will have a teacher at each school?
That is the objective of the grant. So yes, this grant does offer that opportunity, and we leave that up to our leaders to make that final decision. But yes, based on the funding, that is the hopes that we are able to move those salaries. We know that there were some increases in salaries this year as well. So we have to look at that amount of money first per student and at each location. So just give an example, a school that may have 272 students times that dollar amount, does that afford a full-time teacher? Yes. So of course, that's the opportunity. If that amount does not afford that, then definitely paying for as much as possible. So it may pay for a 0.75 FTE, where operational funds would kick in the additional 0.25 FTE. So that's just an example. Each school is a case by case.
Understood. And I appreciate that, because I know last year we had talked about trying to afford the opportunity to have an educator at each building rather than the sharing, because you're shortchanging the kids overall.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Bellamy, thank you for your presentation. And we're requesting this grant, or we've got it?
We are requesting it. So we have written for it over the last 5 years, and we have received it. So now we're in grant season, and being part of federal programs, that has been my job the last 4-6 weeks, is writing our title grants and FAE and Go Bond. And so this is one of those grant opportunities that we are submitting upon board approval.
Great. I'm really, Mr. Interim Superintendent, I'm really grateful that you guys took notice of these art programs and how they benefit our students emotionally, just as you presented, physically, spiritually. Those are all gateways to handle daily stress and just self-love, fulfillment. And, our junior high, middle school students at TBA, they just got the audience award for media and film. And then our Shiprock High School band, we have, I believe, 2 or 3 students who are going to college, and 2 of them are going to continue to major in music. So that's all inspirational, and that's really good. And there was one more, but I know I'm forgetting somebody that just our students that did the art contest.
Mhm.
We have so many talented students, and if we can use these art programs to have them master by the time they graduate, or go to a filming school, or go to an art school, or art of we don't have, I think we only have one national ballet dancer that's Navajo, and he studies in Germany. And so, I mean, I'm just so happy that we have this, and I thank you, Interim Superintendent, and thank you, Bellamy, for your diligence in this grant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Askey.
No, thank you for all that you do. Art is very important. So it's a gate. I know that they have art therapy. There's a lot of different things that you can do with art, and it's a form of expression. So thank you for your presentation and that. And it is important. It is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very helpful, very therapeutic. Anything else?
No, sir. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is unique trip requests for TBA, Shiprock High School, KCHS, Newcomb High School, and Career Prep. National Unity Conference 2022 by Mia, I'm going to butcher this, Centes.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Minicia Cientes, Tabanishna Turitini Bashishin, Pitani Dashiche, Tachini Dashinella. Good evening, Board President Wells, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Carlson. I am here this evening to present the unique field trip out of state for the National Unity Conference 2022 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Okay, so what I have on the screen is counted for 11 students, but as of today, our number has gone down to 9 students. So the total in cost has dropped down to $19,000 instead of $22,000.
How many students was that again?
Today, as of today, May 12th, the students are set at 9 from 11.
Okay, thank you. And when does this take place?
So the National Unity Conference happens annually in the summer from July 7th through July 13th.
Okay. I saw it up there after I asked the question. I apologize.
That's so the National Unity Conference is a student leadership conference. It is for students and ran by students. The Unity organization stands so the theme this year is restoring the spirit of Native youth. They have a student committee, female president, and a female. I'm sorry. They have co-presidents, one female representative and one male representative, who host the event throughout week. And I included the travel itinerary. So the 7th would be travel day from Albuquerque, New Mexico. And then the conference ends on July 12th. So July 13th would be, July 7th and July 13th would be our travel day. And the purpose of Unity is to provide student leadership opportunities through Native American languages and culture, and networking for community involvement with other tribal nations and American Indians. It allows growth and development for participating students to become more active and independent in the sense of community and education. The funding source for this conference will come from the Johnson O'Malley program and the Indian Education Grant that was set forth by the Equity Council. And we have some Equity Council student members who are on the student list, as well as students from TBA. Our recruitment through the JOM program was to have a district initiative. A team in our department set out to the mid-year conference in February, which was hosted in Phoenix, Arizona. A total of 5 staff members attended to get an idea and to come up with a district initiative to have unity councils in each middle school and high school within CCSD. So after we returned, we came with the curriculum and the plan to help develop and support these unity councils at the school level. And so far, when I reached out to the 3 middle schools and 4 high schools, only 2 schools, Newcomb Mid and TBA, responded, and TBA was the only one who followed through with creating the student bylaws and establishing a unity council before they leave for. I think we lost her.
Did we lose you? Lost the audio anyway. We lost you, Miss Cifuentes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now I can. Now we
Okay.
can.
I'm sorry about that. I think I got disconnected. Okay.
Did we lose you again?
I'm here. I'm just making sure I don't disconnect. Sorry about that. Okay, so the trip is fully funded by our program grants, and with the 9 students, we have 4 chaperones who will be attending to these students, as well as other staff members who will also be going to gather more information to to fully develop these unity councils next school year. The Unity program is a great program that's been going on for quite some time by the late J.R. Cook. He had passed away this past February during the mid-year, and his vision for this organization was to provide a platform for our Native youth to vocalize their opinions and their involvement in their communities, to have a say and to make a difference with in their reservations, with their elders, and to protect their culture and their language through preservation.
We lost you again. You've gone dead on us again.
Good evening. This is Berlinda from ICO. I'll just finish out the rest of her report for her until she can come back on. Good
Okay.
evening, board members, board president, vice president, and secretary, and all my relatives who are listening in. This is a unique type of trip request, and so the goal really for this project or initiative is really to begin focusing on student leadership, and this is a great way to begin that. And so the goal for next school year is to increase the number of chapters at the secondary level. So right now, the only active chapter we have is at Kirtland Central High School. And so now TBA is one that completed their paperwork, but our goal is to have all secondary schools have a unity chapter. And so that opportunity was open to them. However, the potential sponsors who were chosen were unable to attend as they had prior commitments to summer school or other school things this summer. So this is a good opportunity to start this initiative some more. And so I stand for questions.
Hi, sorry, I'm back. I also stand for questions. This is Mia.
Thank you both. Any questions?
Just comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation, Mia and Dr. Berlinda Begay. This program is really good for the youth. It's I've seen really good results from it, and we've had a lot of successful Native people who have gone on to be famous or do implement really popular programs or become artists in their own right and come back and work for the reservation communities. So I think that this is a very good program, and I think that taking our students here will really enlighten them, and they'll enjoy it. It's a good program.
Mr. Montoya.
Comments?
Ms. Haskey.
No, I think with my experience in working in previous profession that the Unity Conference is really beneficial for the students. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Begay and Ms. Cifuentes. We appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Board President Wells, members of the board, and interim superintendent.
Next item is Title III application by Cheryl Benali.
Yes, good evening, Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Carlson. Yat Cheryl Benali Inishia Bit Ahninshlin, Tohiglini Bachishtin, Nihobani Dashache Nanis Eja Dashanele. I come before you from the ICO Intercultural and Community Outreach Program. And I am the bilingual coordinator, and I oversee the Title III grant for the school district, and that serves our English learners. I am here to present to you the application process. Next slide, please. The Title III supplementing is a supplemental funding where we serve our English learners to attain proficiency, and to meet the same challenging academic standards, and also other things of what we have to meet under this grant. And basically, it's a supplemental grant to help our English learners in the school district and to look at achievement goals. Next slide. So in this Title III application, I do track a process of how I attain this, when the title grant is opened, and the processes of things of what I do to oversee and to ensure that I am in compliance to meeting the deadline. So basically, this is just a timeline and also an idea of how we gather the data. And this Title III grant serves all 16 schools. So there's documentation and data that we have to gather. By the time we found out this title grant was open, so the deadline to upload is on the 13th. However, the Language Culture Bureau with the PED has provided us a timeline of the 18th to upload all the documents. Next slide. So to give you an idea, this is 2019-2020 data as far as the total of enrollment of the students by schools and by district, and also the amount of the English learners from K-12. At the time, we had 1,740 students. And the key identifiers of what we did was look at indicators from the WIDA Access. Next slide. For school year 2020-2021, our team reviewed the prior budget. We gathered the enrollment of 5,023 students. The amount of English learners that we served is 1,608 students. And this data that we gather is we get assistance from the data department to help us as they track this with STARS, and that's the 120th day count. And so the key things of what we have done this past school year is the parent engagement, professional development, and also the hiring of the ELD coach. So those are the really key things of what has changed this school year. So to give you an idea of how we work with our English learners, our students take a screener, and with that, that screener helps identify our students to see if they are English learners. And through this process, from the 1,608 students, in order for our students to pass and exit, they reach a level of 5. And so this is just data overall with the whole school district. Our total highest is at a level 3, which is developing. So that's 557 students. So this is just an idea of what the items of what I track and what our team helps develop in order to help with developing plans and providing professional development to our teachers. And basically the goal is to help our students exit to not be considered as an English learner. And to provide them with key supports. Next slide. So trend analysis. So I put a note on there. Kindergartners, they take the WIDA screener in the fall. And so there's no access scores available until the next school year. So the trend data that I was requested to do is when I entered this position, there was already a preset data, and I put pre-COVID on there. And then on the second column is 2020, 2021. And so that was the trend of what we were going through COVID. We had a good turnout of our students that took the assessment pre-COVID, and those that because of the pandemic and things of that nature, we were only able to reach 698 students to take the access test. The total number of students that exited in 2019 to 2020 was 44 students, which was a really good success there. But during the pandemic, the total number of students, the 2020-2021 was 9 students. So in following, just giving you an example, I'll just go over the third grade. Third grade, in the first column, we had 133 students. Their overall average was a 3.51 as their scores, and that's developing. Now, when they transitioned and moved up to fourth grade, of course, we had the low turnout of the students taking the assessment. 65 students took it, and out of that 45, the overall was 3.59. So there is growth there. So what we do is we take the data and look at that to see how we can help support our English learners. And that's where the help of our hiring of the ELD coach really helps us, as far as making sure that we're planning things as we go along the school year, and we have great plans for the next school year. Next slide. So these are the current school-wide initiatives as far as what we are doing. We did work with school principals to identify their EL plan that the school cites. Also training for teachers to develop EL goal plans through utilizing the Elevations platform at the elementary and secondary levels, and also provide virtual and in-person visits. And also understand the access scores from the teacher's perspective. The goal is for our English learners is to have a goal plan in place with the platform of Elevation. For school year 2022 to 2023, we're going to continue with the EL planning and monitoring in order to be in compliance. So for our summary, basically what we have done with our program is the English language development models. We do have elementary where ELD is embedded with self-contained classrooms. At the middle school, it's in high school, it's embedded into the ELA classes, the English language arts classes. We look at the access scores to focus on identifying the key factors. There's 4 domains that these students take: the speaking, writing, reading, and listening. And so that helps determine what we are looking at when we plan our programs, as far as how we can help our teachers to reach their overall goal in working with the English learners. Next slide. Our ELs, our English learners, that we do have an ELD coach that provides training to our teachers and also helps identify and provide support. And she also looks at the MLSS of supports for English learners, as well as, from the WIDA consortium with professional learning and, developing ideas and goals and putting things in place for the speaking and writing is what we're going to be focusing on. Supports with instructional materials, computer applications such as BrainPop. We engage our English learners to utilize resources tools for scaffolding, for example, Padlet Jamboard. Professional development, which was held virtually. And so we did have a section for Lead and Learn for principals. They had 6 sessions of what they attended from October through April of this school year. The teachers at the teacher level, the critical friends, we did have 7 sessions from October through May 2022. Our ELD coach helps with our WIDA training with writing, by attending workshops, and also to get more information as far as how we can support our teachers. and also training from the NMPED Language Culture Bureau. So that basically is what our application would be. Of course, we're adding more components in that, but our biggest thing that we have done is just have our ELD coach on board, and also to provide parent engagement through providing like sessions in the evenings for parents. So those are our big takeaways, and additional planning for a parent conference that of parents who have their students identified as English learners or duly identified. And I thank you for your time. This is the team that I do work with that helps me to help oversee this part. And if you have any questions, I stand for questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions from the board or comments? Welcome, Ms. Aspas.
Hello?
You're still there.
Yes, I'm here.
Any comments, Ms. Haskey? Questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Aspas, do you have any questions or comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Benali.
Thank you. Okay, you guys have a great evening.
Hello. Request for approval of gift donation for Kirtland Central High School athletics. Mr. Manning.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Carlson. I just have a letter from an anonymous donor about a donation they would like to make to the Kirtland Central girls basketball program. And the letter says, let me make sure. It says, "Good evening, members of the Central Consolidated School District Board. Permission is being asked for the acceptance of a $2,000 donation to be made to the Kirtland Central High School girls basketball program to help state championship rings. Thank you for your time." And so we're just asking for permission to accept this donation.
Ms. Haskey? Ms. George?
I'm sorry. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Can you clarify the state championship ring or like rings? Oh, like rings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
This thing that goes on the finger?
Yeah. We need 4 of those.
Yes.
Just in respects to the anonymous, is that technically when it gets archived and submitted, is that okay to have it listed that way? That would be my question, Mr. Superintendent.
I really don't know the answer to that. I don't know if anybody here might. Mr. Wells?
I do not know.
Maybe Mr. Yazzie can answer that.
Mr. Yazzie, you're on the call there. Donovan Yazzie, do you have an idea to how to answer that?
Did you hear the question, Mr. Yazzie?
No, if you could repeat that, please.
You want to repeat
The question is, on the donor has anonymous. Is it okay to submit it like that and accept it that way from the board?
So, if to my understanding, if the donor wishes to stay anonymous, it should not be a problem as long as we're able to substantiate the dollar amount that's being given, and we keep track of the actual receipts relating to the transaction.
That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yazzie.
Thank you.
You saved me. That's my last one.
That's what I just wanted to make sure that that was to the general public that we could do that.
Good question.
Okay, thank you.
All righty, thank you.
Mr. Manning,
Yes.
Mr. Wells, may I?
Go ahead.
Thank the anonymous donor, please.
I will for sure. Thank you.
For all of us.
I will. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Board
again on
President?
receiving-
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate it.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Asmus.
I'd like to hold off on that donation, and I know in our policies doesn't say anything about anonymous, but I'd like to see the state, and I like to see the articles that may or may not support that. So just so that we're making sure and that we're not opening a door that we can't shut in the future. So I'd like to see the statute on that.
The board policy, what?
No, board policy doesn't state anything about anonymous, but I'd like to see typed black and white where it says it's okay or it doesn't matter.
From Mr. Yazzie?
If that's his role, yes.
Did you hear that request, Mr. Yazzie?
Board President, Interim Superintendent Benavides, Board President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Benavides, yes, at Mr. Carlston's discretion. That would.
Can you supply that information for the board?
Yeah, it'll take me some time to go through the policies to go get that.
I think she's looking for state. So she's
Did you hear that, Ms. Asmus?
No, I didn't.
He said that he can provide that, but it'll take him a little bit of time to do so.
Okay, that's fine, but the Mr. Manning, Devin Manning is waiting on that answer. So if he wants to take his time on it, then, you know, that's out of our hands. But I do want to supporting statutes and something black and white that says we can do that and we can accept that, because once we open that door, we can't shut it.
Point taken. Is that going to be problematic, Mr. Manning?
I would say no. I would just like it to be, I guess, as quickly as possible, whenever we can find that information.
Certainly. Okay.
Will I need to present again when that information is discovered?
I
Put it on the board agenda just to vote.
I think we can just put it on the agenda to vote.
Okay. Okay. That's all I needed to know.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Aspas?
No, thank you. And I apologize, Mr. Manning, but we got to cross our T's and dot our I's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Understandable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manning and Mr. Yazzie. Next item is request for approval of gift donation for Mesa Elementary School by Miss Jennifer Martinez Rivas.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Board President Wells, Vice President Haskey, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Carlson. Mesa Elementary has had the great opportunity to receive donated brand new clothing for our students from Foot Locker. The amount of the clothing is well over $100. We received four large bags of clothing with all tags originally on them, name brands such as Nike, Champion, and 3 pairs of tennis shoes. The items donated were brand new shorts, shirts, tennis skirts, tennis shoes, and sweatpants. Students that will be receiving the clothing are students that have been identified as students in need. Clothing left will be going to students that teachers send in recommendations for. So we thank you in advance for allowing us to accept these clothing items on behalf of our students at Mesa Elementary. And I now stand for questions.
Any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Martinez Rivas, you on your non-financial gift donation under description of donation, it says clothes for students, but it's not in detail as you verbally stated. And then it says, how was the value determined? It says no value was given, but you gave a value of $100. And how the donation will be used, it says clothes will be given to students that are in need, but you didn't detail it as you did verbally. So could you, as Ms. Aspis has stated, for verification and documentation, can you go back and be as verbally descriptive as you were and put it on the form here?
Most certainly. And the reason why I didn't put a value is the clothing does all have tags on them, but we would have to pull out and add up all of the clothing on there. So I didn't know if you want, this is my first time doing this, so I didn't know if that's something that needed to be done. I can certainly go back and do that, add up all the tags and put an actual value on there, and then give you the in-depth description whenever and redo that. Do I need to represent that when I do that, or just turn that in?
I think what they're asking for, if I don't misunderstand, is just that you alter the application here.
Right.
We can go ahead and prove it if you'll do that. Is that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I can certainly do that tomorrow and resubmit tomorrow.
Maybe the kids can take the tags and that song, Pop the Tag.
Popping tags.
Just kidding.
Well, you come down and dance with us, Cheryl, and we'll do popping tags.
Oh my gosh, don't invite me to do that. I think everybody knows that I'm too goofy. Don't panic.
Yes, I know you're goofy. I would enjoy you coming down anyway.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
Ms. Asmus, do you have any questions or any comments?
No, but I would like to give a thumbs up to Cheryl, Miss George. Yes, I'm so glad that.
Yeah, we want to see her do this, right?
No, not the dancing part. Yeah, it is important that we list those items, and
it is.
And then also, do we have a pantry, or is that just food?
This is just clothing.
Okay. I mean, the one that's already going and operating, is that just food?
There's a clothing component too, isn't there?
Yes. Under the homeless. Yeah, and I. Huh?
You could address it on there.
Miss Erica or probably Amanda.
Maybe Berlinda. It's actually
Yeah. Berlinda. Yeah.
Dr. McGann,
Yeah.
could you address that a little bit?
Yes, we do have a clothing part under the pantry, not just food. We do accept clothing as well.
Okay, I was just wondering, if that's what they asked for, or how do, or just a value. So maybe you guys could get together and do that correctly. Thank you.
Ms. Askey? Ms. Askey, are you still with us?
I don't have any questions. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing else from the board? Ms. Montez? Thank you, Ms. Martinez Rivas.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Discussion on district calendar from Mr. Steve Carlson.
We did talk about the calendar during the last, I guess it was at the meeting. So what I'm just going to do is go back and then give you an update to where we are now. To let everybody here know, the process was begun in February after legislation outlined the funding for schools. The calendar committee decided to put together calendars using ELTP funding and then K5 plus funding. So they put together several different calendars. Not using extra money would have been difficult for the district to give raises and to fund after school programs. I can kind of let you know a little bit more about that. I don't know if everybody really kind of knows where that's coming from. When the state has these extra funding options, they mean longer days or longer school year for kids. And so there's an ELTP and there's a K5 plus. There's a couple different options. Last year we utilized ELTP and K5 plus, which allowed us to give heftier raises. The state mandated that we give these extra raises this year, but with the extra raises that we gave, there's not necessarily funding attached. And so by utilizing this ELTP money, we're able to actually give teachers a decent raise and to fund all the different things, all the unfunded mandates, such as $15 an hour for all workers and the extras that are on there. So anyway, they came up with, the calendar committee presented staff members, 2 calendars were ELTP and 2 had ELTP and K5 plus. The top 2 calendars were both 4-day calendars, and those were voted on by the community and staff. As you know from the last meeting, the ELTP calendar won that, and that survey that went out to both staff and community, there were only 383 total votes.
The first time.
What's that?
The first time.
Yeah, the first time. So when we met, the board members, several board members had some concerns that the community had not been addressed to begin with. So we took a lot of community concerns, and I asked the calendar committee to go back and redevelop a calendar that had a 5-day option. And so we came up with a 5-day option that we presented to the staff and the community to address all those concerns from the community. And just for those who don't remember, the community concerns kind of revolved around just a few things. The number one thing was being the length of the school day. A lot of folks feel that the school day is too long. Many of us educators don't necessarily disagree with that. The 4-day calendar tends to have a much longer school day. The next concern was if students are not going to school on Fridays, that's a hardship for some families to get childcare for those days. And again, many of us do not disagree with that, and we can't, because a lot of us have been parents and we know there can be hardships in those terms. The third one was the length of the calendar. Nobody really wanted to go all the way through June, or most people didn't. So both calendars do take a little extra money, and they do go. And I think if you can see on this calendar there, they end. I guess you had to pull it up a little bit further. The last day for students is June 8th for both calendars. A little bit further up there. Is that this year's calendar still? Okay, it's got graduation. We'll talk about graduation. Those are not set in stone. Those are just from previous. So yeah, that one ends in June 8th, as does the other calendar. They both end in June 8th. We're not able to satisfy the community concern completely that they don't go at all in June if we do take that extra money. But on the other hand, we can't pay the teachers what we'd like to if we don't take that. So anyway, we came up with the 4-day and the 5-day, and we really, I think, did a better job of broadcasting. Please, take these surveys. So I'm going to kind of talk about the two different surveys. There's the 5-day calendar and the 4-day calendar. Again, both ELTP. We did conduct the surveys anonymously. We didn't want people to feel their answers were being tracked or that they were being pressured to vote in any way. There are some drawbacks to that. If we do it anonymously, we can't go back and figure out exactly who voted which way. So we can't really split up the results between these are the staff and these are the community. A question you might have is, could only people with Google accounts vote? And anyone who received the link via email or Facebook could answer the survey. So there was no Google email necessary at all. This survey that we did this time around, there were 882 folks who voted. If you remember the number from the previous one, there were 383 last time around. So there were almost 3 times as many people voted, not quite. More than twice as many people voted this time around. 500 more votes than the first time. The vote totals were 483 for the 4-day calendar and 399 for the 5-day calendar. So that's 54.8% for the 4-day calendar and 45.2% for the 5-day calendar. So if you look at the numbers, it's 43 over 399, which is 84 more votes for the 4-day calendar. And again, I just bring this to the board, and I leave it up to the board to make the decision. I would imagine you'll have some discussions regarding this. And again, I did mention at the last board meeting, I've had several board members express concern that why wasn't the community addressed first? And I don't disagree with you. And I will tell you that next year, the calendar will begin with input from the community. We do not want, our community members feeling disenfranchised. They are basically our clients. And so we want to make sure they are completely heard. The staff will, of course, become involved as well. But we do want that community input first as we develop the calendars. So those are the calendar surveys. We're going to ask you to vote on the calendar on Tuesday at the board meeting. And I stand for questions.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead.
Interim Superintendent Carlson, are we meeting under the 4-day requirements, the actual minute time that the students are supposed to get at the different levels?
Yes, sir. And that was a consideration. That was a very big consideration. Because there are more minutes in the day, we are able to meet for less days. And that's where the 4-day calendar comes from. The concern is, are those extra minutes always going to be quality minutes? And that isn't. I've seen a yes and a no on that, and I think it depends. There's research regarding that, and I've seen it go both ways.
The reason I asked the question is pre-pandemic, I spoke to some board member colleagues from down south. I think it's Cobre or Deming, one of the two. That they had started doing or they were doing it. I apologize. They were doing 4-day, but in consideration to what we just gone through and the loss of learning time, I understand the extended time, and to your point of what you just stated about whether it's quality or not. Then you throw in the removal of daylight savings time and it being darker, which is obviously we've heard before a concern with parents. It's going to be darker in the mornings. Yeah, granted, you're going to get a little bit more daylight in the evening time, but still, safety issue, safety concern, and quite frankly, the loss of learning time that we have. And again, you balance that out with a little bit longer day. Does that translate into quality time? We don't know that. I mean, it would certainly take a study within the district to be able to determine that. And that takes time, obviously, as you well know. There's a lot of factors riding on it. I know there was a Harvard study that just came out recently, I think it was last week, and talked about the learning loss and what districts are facing in trying to make up that time. And again, trying to weigh the balance of longer day or in 4 days or over 5 days to get quality time. So, I mean, I understand the communities, and it's unfortunate we don't have a breakdown, but of how that transpired. But still, the fact of the matter is that they're asking for 4, but at the same time, taking into consideration of quality time, face time, and knowing that, I think it was in 2019, the last report that was done and survey that was done, that I believe, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but the reading proficiency for the state of New Mexico was at about 34%. And for math, it was about 26%. And that was pre-pandemic. The state has not collected any data over the past 2 years to quantify any changes, but as most people know and understand, there has been additional loss. And so how are we going to weigh that factor into the decision of, again, 4 day, 5 day? And we won't know unless we truly had a quantitative survey or data collection done over the year, if this is what the board decides on how it directly impacts our students.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be imperative to understand on this board's part on what direction they're going to go in respects to, because we are the ones who are making that decision. And there's certainly a lot of weight behind it on how we have to decide that and what's best for the interest of the education for these kids, knowing again where we were pre-pandemic and where we are at this point in time. So there's a lot to weigh.
Absolutely.
Anything else? Ms. George?
Um,
You want to weigh in on this issue?
No, I just reiterate what Mr. Montoya was saying, and I know, like you stated, Mr. Carlson, that there's both sides. There's parents who don't want to go into June, but I see that it's only till the 8th, and then this year the last day of school is the 2nd, so it's just a couple more days.
They're both days. So
Yeah. So, but I know that some. No, never mind. It's okay. Yeah. No, go ahead. I'm done.
Ms. Aspas, do you have something you'd like to add?
Yes. So can you go back over and which one is the favored schedule?
So the favorite calendar from all the votes with the community staff together from this survey is the 4 day, and the 4 day received 483 votes. The 5 day received 399 votes. And so 84 more votes for the 4 day calendar. Both of them ELTP calendars, so both of them have extra money for staff. And the hours are very different in the school day. The 4 day does have longer hours, And Mr. Montoya brings up a great point and question about whether or not those are quality hours. And that's something that, you know, is up to teachers and principals, and hopefully they are. But anyway, I guess I'm going beyond your question. It was a 4-day over the 5-day, but it was very close. 55 to 45, basically, percent.
Okay, after I finish choking here.
Don't choke too long.
So, okay,
We would hope she'd be over that. You've been fighting it for a month now.
well, I have the air conditioner on, so anyhow, you were saying the 4-day, and then you went on to say, I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly, because you know I can't really hear too well through the speaker, but you were saying that the 4-day wand, and and then he went on to talk about how the community didn't have buy-in, and that yes, a lot of us we did. I know I did ask about where was the community in this, because in prior years I've been asked to get a community member and be a part of that group, and the past, since we had this permanent superintendent, it didn't happen, and our community was left out. And I am not about to, I don't know if it's good to show my cards right now or wait till Tuesday, but I am not for the 4-day. I want the 5-day and the traditional 8 to 3. And I'm no longer going to put up with the 4-day. And I sure hope the rest of the board members feel the same way, because my community was left out last year, and now they're supposed to swallow it again and continue this year. No, it's going to be a 5-day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Asquith.
Ms. Haskey.
I also agree with Secretary or Board Member Aspis. My community, the community members that I've heard from prefer the 5-day a week. My concern is the length of day the students are in school and the teachers are in the classroom, and how long the school year is extended into June. I know that that's a concern for me in terms of for the teachers, for our educators. Are they getting enough time to recuperate? Are they getting enough time to take professional development if they choose to in the summer? Are they taking care of their well-being with that extra time in June? Because I know that we have a lot of requirements and we're pushing a lot on our staff. So that's a huge concern for me. And then in terms of our children, even though we extend the day, at some point the kids stop learning, and it's just a rote thing that they have to go through during the day. And I want to make sure that we're not just pushing hours on them because we have to have hours. I want to make sure that the time that they spend in the classroom is meaningful and productive, and not just a requirement, so that they're learning and they're reaching their full potential. And the concern that I had before was the kids get on the bus when it's dark, and the kids get off the bus when it's dark. So that was my huge concern. And if I could get all the copies or look at the school calendars and look more thoroughly, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
will make sure you get I'll send them to the board again.
Okay,
I do have a question.
go ahead.
Mr. Carlson, you had stated that with the extended, with both calendars, the pay for teachers, is that regarding the 3% base salary that just passed and the 4% raise for all staff? Is that what we're talking about? That with this calendar?
So when the calendars were developed, yeah, those include beyond that. So teachers actually get at least that, and then they get 3% more they get the extra days work, the extra hours work, and they get a 3% more beyond that. The reason it's real difficult, if we don't do an ELTP calendar, the state says you have to have these raises, and you have to have the raises for the classified staff, certified staff. If we don't accept any extra money, the way our salary schedule is, it's tough to actually get everybody raises and to work that through the actual schedules. So, yeah, with that, taking the ELTP actually affords teachers a chance to make quite a bit more money. I mean, if they work just 10 days more for that calendar, they get 10 days of work, plus they get 3% of their entire salary extra from the state. So we put that into the salary schedules.
Okay. Bear with me for
Sure.
Okay. Help me to understand it more clearly. Okay, so so I can clear it in my head. Has the 3% and the 4% base salary for teacher increases, and then the 4% raise for all staff, has that been distributed since April? Because I know that the districts were told that this increase could start from April 2022 for those two, for the 3% and the 4%.
So the 3%, actually, there is a 3% of the last quarter, and that's sort of a separate issue.
Okay.
And so that is happening. Yeah,
okay, so that's over here. Sure. And the 4% hasn't happened?
Yeah, and that 3% is weird because it's literally 3% of a quarter.
Okay, so
just 3 quarters.
Okay, so with the 3%, 4% that is supposed to go to the staff and teachers increase, that hasn't really happened yet, still sitting here. So with the extended days into June, that's a separate added money to the staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then how is summer school supposed to happen?
So if school ends on the 8th, it's like this year.
Yeah.
You can tack on for anybody in summer school. We would definitely have summer school, and we're going to write it into our Title I. So if school ends on the 8th, we begin. If you look at that, either one, it would begin the week of the 12th, the 19th, and the 26th, and they probably go 4-day weeks. So through the 29th of June for those folks who would want it.
So summer school.
And so that would be extra money for teachers who would want to work there.
Okay, so they would get paid from an extra thing.
Yeah, that's an even part of it. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's teachers who, if you look at the proposed salary schedule, we can't really show them because right now they're in negotiations. I can tell you that the numbers are pretty impressive. If people want to work summer school, teachers can make some pretty good money. I mean, somebody who wants to work summer school that's a level 3 teacher, I'll just say they would make upwards of probably north of $85,000.
Okay.
And you got to remember that 10,000 that the state was talking about is separate from what he's talking about, the extended learning time.
Yeah, that's right.
Because that's the state had even wanted not to pay that.
Yeah.
They wanted it included, which really would have been taking away that money out of the pockets of the teachers, because that would have been an expectation of those extra days versus taking those extra dollars and tacking it on to their salary.
Okay.
That's the biggest part of it. But one of the things, if I may, Mr. President,
go ahead.
In regards to, everybody's talking about Yazi Martinez and the discrepancy of the learning for these kids in the state of New Mexico, and really the crux of the lawsuit in and of itself. I think, quite honestly, in my humble opinion, ties directly to what we're trying to do and make up that time and that difference in respects to the loss of learning. Now, I mean, we have to, as a district, we've lost, and again, from that report from Harvard, anybody, you don't even have to have the study, but people have been talking about it since last year. Those kids in the high poverty areas are the ones that are hit the hardest. And if I'm not mistaken, is it 80%, 90%? What's free lunch is 100% of ours? Or free lunch?
We have 100%.
We 100%.
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Which classifies us as one of those communities in total. So therefore, again, in consideration of quality time and taking away to reducing that in the calendars, going from 4 to 5, we have to do everything we can to ensure that we're getting quality time for these kids with the teachers. And that calendar makes a difference in respects to what we're trying to attempt to do. So, you put all those things together, and again, I understand and I respect people's positions on the vote, but at the same time, we as a board collectively have to look at what's most important and how can we get the best quality education that we can for our students. So I just want to let everyone know. And also, there's another survey out there that the state has put out, and I don't remember the title of it, and it was actually supposed to have been submitted and collected on the 9th of May, but I believe that the PED extended it till the end of the school year. And there's really good information in there. And it asks 3 different tiers of students, parents, and teachers. And for the community and for the educators, anybody listening, and superintendent, if you could certainly pass that on to the principals in the building that have their parents and their teachers and the families get involved and take that survey, because the last time the state did that, they only had 7% response, which is across the state. And I had to use that in some of my research. And this is an opportunity because of the questions that they ask. I went through each section and looked at it. And again, it's speaking really to what we're talking about here. And that's quality of education. You're talking about the students' well-being, how it's being tended to in the schools, if we're responsive to it or not, to the families, the same thing, the parents, if they're supported or not, and then the teachers, collective teacher efficacy, individual teacher efficacy. So there's a lot there that I think, quite frankly, again, in my humble opinion, that what we're sitting here talking about, and if we're trying to make up that learning loss that provide quality time, again, I think we have a very serious decision and choice to make as board. So thank you.
Thanks for that. I'm going to stick my neck out and make a comment here. For those of my constituents that I have talked to and have talked to me, and my concern is having run 7 kids through the system, CCSD, there comes a time during the day when I don't care how good a teacher you've got, you got kids that just are zeroed out at the end of the day, and their learning is kaput. They no longer absorbing anything, regardless of how many minutes you put in the day or whatever. The other thing is, as has already been stated, now Mr. Carlson, the burden that it puts on the family, having to come up with, if you have a single mom, or if both parents are working, you have to find some way to And I know that most families, I guess, have grandparents or somebody that can step in, but there are families who don't have parents that can, or grandparents that can step in and take over that. So they have to provide a babysitter for that day. That's a burden. And if you've got a single parent, if you can't, they're probably struggling to make ends meet to begin with, and then you have to either have the kids home or unsupervised, or else hire a babysitter. That to me puts on an extra burden. And then, like Ms. Haskey said, they get on the bus earlier and they get home later, and there's a hazard there. So I am not for extending the day in order to, and I visited with Mr. Carlson with this, and both of the calendars provide the ELP funding either way. So I'm not a fan of the 4-day week. I think it puts an extra burden on the parents. I think it puts, as Mr. Martinez said, your quality of learning ends at a certain time for those, especially the younger kids. You know, they're zeroed out at that point in the day, and they get up earlier in the morning, and to me it's not worth it to the kids. So that's my 2 cents for it. We've heard from everybody, I guess. Is any other comments concerning this?
Yes, I have a additional
Go ahead.
comment. With the, I apologize to the parent that's listening, but one thing I failed to mention was the grandparents' concern of their grandkids' safety. And again, I go back to that power plant road. I hear, from my coworkers that, do you ever get in back of that bus and things like that? And some of them have talked about, I just hurry and pass it, and it makes 2 stops right there before you go up the hill. And I can just imagine what the traffic is when we have an outage at the power plant or at the mine. And so you have additional traffic there. And so I can see their point, and the bus there's no place to get off the road. And I know that Ms. Theodore gave a report saying that she rode the bus and that it went off the road, but I'm hearing different. And don't lie to me. Don't lie to us. That's a safety. That's important, not only for the student, but for that bus driver. And so that's one thing that I failed to mention earlier was the safety. They were up in the early morning when it's dark, then they're going home when it's dark. So there's a safety factor to this, and I'm sure they're not the only ones. I know of another parent down in Baklavato that goes through the same issues, especially when it rains. She has to take her kids and pile them onto a 4-wheeler to get to the road to meet the bus. So I do not like. We had a taste of it I don't like it, and you know, I don't want to regret. I rather be proactive, and so I'm putting my cards out there, and I don't want the 4-day. I'd rather go back to what we had before. 5-day, 8 to 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Atwood. Ms. Montoya.
To Ms. Aspas's point, and I know we've said this a couple of times, and I certainly would like the district to work with local chapters, whether it's Baklabato or Nanazad, wherever the buses are transversing through, whatever we can do to enhance, improve those turnout areas, those turnaround areas, to make it safer, whether we can put solar lights out there for those kids, whatever we can do to improve those pickup areas so those buses can get up and out of the way. I know, just like Ms. Aspas, I used to have to drive those roads to get to the mine, and it is a challenge. I've been fortunate enough to represent the district in Santa Fe in regards to when it came to student transportation issues and safety issues. So I understand firsthand. And then again, like I said, working out there at the mine, but superintendent, again, whatever we can do to help that situation, I think is important on our part. And if I may, from your professional opinion, do you have any input regarding the calendars?
That's a loaded question. Professional input. Well, so, you know, I've talked about how when I came into the process, I have certain ideas. As an elementary principal, I have quite a few staff members I speak with often, and I value their opinions. And I also have community members who I speak with. My personal opinion doesn't matter. Nobody cares. But my professional opinion is a lot of it is based on what teachers are telling me, which is something that Mr. Wells alluded to. One of his probably biggest point is definitely something that's true. And the fact that in a 4-day calendar, there are quite a few less days of instruction. In our district pacing guide, the way it's currently built is built in a certain number of days of instruction. In order to teach reading and math lessons and other subjects, teachers are used to teaching a lesson a day, basically, to cover a pacing guide. It becomes more difficult. And I used to be a math teacher, so I sort of think about, I revert to math. It's difficult to cover content the way it's presented in curriculum and the way it's presented in pacing guides by just having a longer time period to teach it in a day. It's very difficult. It's a different paradigm and difficult for teachers.
You have to take this last part of the chapter and try and chop it up and put it in 4 days rather than 5.
So that being said, I think a 5-day calendar is better for children. For elementary children, that's my area of expertise, my number one area.
That's why I asked your opinion, because your position as a principal, as a teacher, and you understand, again, knowing specifically what the educators are having to try to do in that condensed time. And that's quite frankly what it is condensed time. Even though you're meeting the requirements, it's still condensed time, no matter how you slice it, because you're having to try to force that education within that time period versus getting a quality over an additional day.
I will tell you one thing that actually kind of goes back toward the 4-day, like a little bit of a nod to the 4-day calendar. As an administrator trying to get in the requirements from the PED, which include a full hour of bilingual and the science curriculum, and trying to get in, social studies and everything else that needs to be put in there. You can just kind of do the math. I was at a K through 6 school, so there's 7 grades. If you have one teacher teaching, let's say, Navajo language, and they have 7 grades, that's 7 hours of instruction. And that's not really going to happen. So you have to put classes together somehow. By having a longer day, you're actually able to fit in those things a little bit better. Just because you can now say here's a block for science, whereas now you're trying to condense things down. It's more difficult to put all those elements into daily schedule.
Thank you.
It's not 100%. It's not cut and dried. This is way better than this. But hopefully, I think you got all those points. So hopefully that answers your question.
It did.
Okay, Mr. Carlson, that's it?
Yes, sir.
All right. The next item then is update on Newcomb Elementary.
So while Candace Thompson is preparing this once more, I know she's going to give something real similar that she has in the past. I'm just going to try to put in a word here, just for the district's sake, for the people of Newcomb Elementary, for the people of Newcomb, the communities of Newcomb, and just for the district in general. I feel like it's of the best interest of all to let's kind of make a decision on this one. And we're going to present it much the same way, so we can go ahead and ask the same questions. I do want to preface her presentation with 2 things. The first is this. There are 3 options she's going to show you, but I want everybody to understand that there's actually 4 options. And so I want to, especially the people of Newcomb who are definitely wanting to have their children learn as much as possible in the best setting as possible, not in a crowded setting. And I think that's great. When the PSFA folks met and did when we did the ed specs and everything else, the first option that is presented is basically what's called kind of the adequacy, and so that first option is what many districts do. If you look around the state, there's a lot of districts who do a caffeinasium. My kids went to school with a caffeinasium. It's common. But so we decided, hey, let's come up, and this is, when I say we, it's obviously before my time, but the district and through having some extra funding, we're able to put together an option that does put the district on the hook for $6 million extra soft dollars and $8 million total dollars. And that's what becomes option 1. So that option 1 is actually option 2, because option 1 says, you know what? We want you guys to have a gymnasium and a cafeteria, and we'll put a stage in the cafeteria, and we'll give you a couple extra spaces. That's all above adequacy. When we were asked to put together another option for option 2 and then 3, those are additional classrooms. And yes, those are additional classrooms for a dual language program, for language revitalization, which that's the second part. There's nobody who doesn't believe that language revitalization is important or is not important. That's it, right? There's nobody who believes it's not important.
It's not.
Thank you. It's extremely important, and it's a goal of our district and all of our communities, especially on the reservation. And so as we talk about it and you all get ready to make it a vote, let's make sure we take it away from an argument of this is for language revitalization, this is against, because even option 1 would include a dual language program, which could utilize 2 classrooms. It could begin with the 90-10 model, which is what the district actually research shows, that 90-10 model is the best model. If you want kids to actually learn the language, you start with Navajo. You don't start with 50-50. You don't do half and half. You immerse them with the Navajo language, and then you bring that to 80-20, 70-30, and you move on up. So you only begin with a small group of children. Now, if we build a school, and everybody's right, and then people from the community start coming back and the numbers grow, we do have the option of putting in a second phase. There can be a phase 2 that is not portables. And so let's make that clear. We can build a second phase. If the community of Newcomb does continue to grow or brings back numbers, we could put in a phase 2 and have them actually design, here's what the phase 2 would look like. So in the eventuality that we have increasing numbers, we can go do that right away. And we can put that in the plans.
If the building is planned for that in the beginning.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And that's what Candace said.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's what she said, is that it would be designed that way for an addition.
Okay. So anyway,
she can clarify, but I'm pretty sure.
You bet. Yes, and I'm sure she can do a better job. I just wanted to bring the discussion kind of around and say, we are working with the people of Newcomb. We want the best for them. And the other thing is, once this thing gets going, we're already in talks about Newcomb Middle School, Newcomb High School. So within a very short period of time, the people of Newcomb are going to have 3 brand new buildings or 2 buildings, however it shakes out. But there's a lot of money and brand new buildings coming to Newcomb Elementary and Middle and High School. So anyway, with that, Candace, go ahead.
I'd like to make a comment in regards to this.
Yeah.
I think we heard today from a community member who was advocating for additional classrooms, and I support that. One, if we don't want, one of the things that have come up before, board member Montoya had brought up, my area, Newcomb area, has been neglected for years and years and years. And 2, if we're going to do this language culture program, the dual language program correctly, then we need the additional classrooms and the meeting space. 3, we are living, our community members are the ones that are living in the area, and we know we're asking for that. We are saying the curriculum is there, we can do it. And it's frustrating for me to know that the 4th graders and 5th graders have, the parents have voted and wanted, or have commented and wanted these programs available for them. And we're saying, no, you can't, because you're not a kindergarten student. You're not at the required age. Are their voices not important? Are these our 3rd graders, 4th graders, when their parents were taking the survey, are they not important? We are going off of these things, these what is it, the not surveys, but the not best practice. I don't think it's best practice, because you're discounting, you're removing a whole group. We're doing that. And we have the option right now to correct all these things. And we have a community that really wants the dual language program, whether they're in kindergarten or they're in 5th grade. And it's frustrating because we're not listening to community members. We're looking at whoever is providing these surveys. And I completely agree with my community members, and I completely stand behind the people who say that the language and culture is important, and that whether you're in 3rd grade, kindergarten, or in 5th grade, that we need this. And that's the way, that's where I draw the line. That's where I stand. Language and culture is important to me. And I worked in the city. I've taught my kids in the city. I have worked with countless of Native American communities in the city. And one thing that comes out when I talked with my parents out there and with my kids out there that they were missing their culture and their language, and they didn't know where they fit in today's society. And we have that chance right now. We have that opportunity to change that for our kids. We can give them the language and culture, and we can give them the identity. And to be limited by, the infrastructure that we impose on ourselves, I think we can find the resources to support these programs for our kids, for their mental health, for their betterment, for the culture and the language to continue.
Thank you, Ms. Haskey, for your passion.
Man, or I can wait till she's done. Till Ms. Thompson is done.
Okay. Ms. Thompson?
Board President, board members, Vice President Haskey, Intern Superintendent Carlson. Again, we just have presented the information that we presented last board meeting for your review. Again, we're asking that you as a board decide in which direction that you want this new facility to go in. And with that, I stand for questions.
May
You may.
I don't really have a question, but so my feel on this is that I believe that it's the board's decision, and I'm for the 6 additional classrooms. In Navajo tradition, you listen to your community. You listen to the grandparents. The grandparents are the ones that are the foundation in the Hogan. The grandmother is the lineage because she carries the child. No children would be alive if it wasn't for the woman. In Navajo culture, the woman is the one who is in the home, who is the teacher. And it starts with the weaving. It starts with the fireplace. It starts in how you enter the Hogan. It starts with the child tying up their hair in a C8, male or female. Tying up the child's hair in a C8 helps keep their thinking inside their brain, helps keep their motor skills cognitive, helps keep them grounded when their hair is tied up. When it's all out, they say that their mind is loose, or they can't concentrate, or they have speaking disabilities, or they have other things that can go wrong. And so with that, in the traditional way, you listen to your grandparents, you listen to your parents, and not being in the traditional aspects, with those teachings, it's hard to understand where we're coming from. And the students on the reservation need to know that, okay, I have a, this may seem really irrelevant, but to have a building, an example as Judy Nelson out in Newcomb or here in Shiprock, the morale of the students, how that would just uplift them. They'll be excited to go to school because, man, they have a 2-story, 3-story building. It's got immaculate lights. It's just immaculate. It's nice. All you see here in Shiprock, you see the Bonds building, buildings that are broken down, buildings that are caught on fire, buildings that are graffitied up. That's what we have here. To have a nice building, to go in and sit down and learn, that is something that our children need. Parents also feel that. They feel, they feel proud. They say, oh, my kid they'll be in Albuquerque and say, oh, my kid goes to Newcomb Elementary. They have a brand new school. And then, for example, TBA. My dad went to school in TBA. My dad is 70, almost 75. He tells me every day, I don't understand asbestos and whatever else lead paint and all that is in that building and you guys still sit in that building. Why? Why are the Navajo people treated like that? Those are questions that come up in our community. Our constituents talk like that. Our grandparents that are 70, 60 years older ask those questions. And all I can say at the chapter house is, you know what? I tried to explain the state funding, how it comes down, how PSFA, they don't care who PSFA is. All they know is the district gets millions and billions of dollars. And the question that comes up is, okay, if they don't want to spend millions on a school building for our children, then why at the main office do they have all kinds of positions that people make over $60,000, $80,000, but yet they don't want to, pour money into a building for our school way out in the reservation? These are topics that come up, and they're relevant topics. And, I can tell you, I know that we have state requirements by New Mexico PED for cultural and the relevancy of learning, the curriculum. I understand that. But I tell you one thing, if you put a grandparent in the classroom, bring a grandparent in here and you sit little kids down, or you sit little, elementary kids down, and that grandparent talks to them in Navajo for 30 minutes, 15 minutes, every day, Monday through Friday, that kid is going to learn Navajo. It may not happen in the private homes because the language barriers are broken because, like for my case, I don't fluently speak Navajo. That's my fault because I didn't go to my parents and I didn't ask them to teach me. And then my parents thought, well, it's modern and we live in Farmington or we live off the reservation. So they really didn't teach me. But every time I went back to my grandmother's house, she talked to me in Navajo. And that's where I learned to hear and understand. I can understand Navajo, but I really can't talk it. But these are the connections that we need to look at. Those 6 additional rooms, what we're talking about, it's relevant. The Navajo language is a descriptive language. That's why we were able to win the World War when it was going on, because Willachee is an ant. It's a red ant. So they correlated that in the war. Navajo is a descriptive language. So, I just go back to reiterate, if we're spending money anyway. I mean, we just had somebody ordered furniture, brand new furniture, because of the decor. But yet that office was never utilized this whole year. So that money just went to brand new furniture that's just been sitting in a room and not being utilized. It's still brand new, probably not even sat in. I don't know, but I know it wasn't used very much. But yet our kids in the classroom are doing without stuff. They're sitting on old chairs and whatnot. And why are we doing this? We have the money. We're spending money. Yeah, a project later on the side may not get done. 3 projects on this side might not get done, but next year we'll get more funding and you could use it for that part. Why wait now and add later? It's very conspicuous to add later. Is there a reason? Are we wanting to give another contract out to another contract company at a later time where it's going to cost more money? I don't know. These are just questions that have come up from my constituents. And so it's ultimately up to the board. And we are elected. We're put here to be the voice that's on the outside. Because like right now here, they can't come in. They can only comment on the feed here. And under the last leadership, our staff were censored. You can't talk to the board, or you can't complain, or you can't You can't voice your opinion. And I think we're moving in the right direction with a lot of things now. It's slow, but we're getting there. And it's just up to the board now. And I'm in agreement with putting the 6 classrooms in there, the additional room in there, because our students deserve it. None of us would be sitting here. None of us. Nobody would have a job if we don't have our Navajo kids, our students. None of our kids are students who are interracial students, our community of Filipino students who are here, who we share within the district. We have to put them first. And it bothers me when we say, oh, we're really here for the students. Are we? Because we don't want to give them extra funding for a need that they need out there. It's not right. If we're going to sit here and say we're here for the students, then just give them the extra, what is it, $12,000 to build it. Do it. We'll find funding. We'll get funding next year. Down the road, we'll get it. Let's do it for the community. We have to we have to do what we're elected to do and what we stand for. And, that's how I feel about it. And it all goes back to tradition. I mean, if you've never, it all starts in the hogan. It all starts in the home. And you listen to your grandparents, and you just listen to your community. And the community is our stakeholders. They're the ones that tell us what to do, whether we like it or not. Our stakeholders and our constituents, they're our bosses. They tell us what they want, and we just have to find a solution, and we have to rearrange the cubic ball to where it helps them. I mean, as close as we can get, just like this calendar, we're trying to get as close as we can get. We can't make everybody happy, and not everybody will be agreeable on it, but we're trying. We're coming as close as we can. So I'm in agreement with just giving them the additional room and the classroom.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So I like where Miss George is going with this, the fact that it wasn't until Newcomb had a winning team that all of a sudden they're given a larger gym, and it seems like they got to prove themselves before something happens, or something, they get something. And I truly think that we didn't have this whole discussion, and I know all the factors involved is not the same at that time, but we did that for Eva B, for the community of Shiprock. And we talk about Yazi Martinez, we talk about Impact Aid, and that was the whole reasoning why I kept asking, where is the money going? What is being done? Try to keep probing on the finances, the expenditures, and yet others wanted to streamline, wanted to not hear was a big bother. They wanted to go past it. But because I was hearing those same things as Miss George was talking about office equipment and, just needless expenditures. And yes, our kids shouldn't go without. And then what was really eye opener, and as our community is listening, there was one item that was brought out even more, we fix impact aid. However, it just goes on to a bigger issue in which impact aid, we're only get, I think, a third of what a nationally what a student gets in their school district. And Mr. Montoya was the one that brought that up the last time. And you know, why I believe in the board. I believe that there are certain things that and I like the idea that the board members like to push that line. And, you know, to go back to the calendar, you know, sometimes things make, you know, we're given data and people are data driven, but sometimes the well-being, the safety part of it was a big factor for me, not just for me, but for all the parents, the grandparents that brought those things up. So data may say something else, numbers may say something else, but really, as Ms. George pointed out, and then just hearing the feedback from Ms. Haskey, what are we here for? And I stand with the two ladies, and I stand with Ms. Haskey as somebody that represents that community. And I think we need to go ahead and add those 6 classes because, you know, I didn't think ahead such as Ms. George did about adding on. There's an additional cost to that. And who knows we talk about inflation, we're right in that right now. What if it's worse 5-10 years from now? So I would like for us to really look at the 6 additional classes, and I believe it was estimated about 10 million. Am I correct, Candace?
Board member Aspis, it is estimated at 12 million.
12 million. Okay.
Yes, the 4 classrooms was the $10 million estimate. And then without the classrooms was 8 million.
Okay. But I stand with the 2 ladies, and I think we need to do it. Thank you.
Any other comment? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Very pointed question. Do we have the additional $12 million right now to spend on those rooms, or on the additional rooms and the over adequacy? Are we in a position to pay for those?
So that's why we had Mr. Yazzie here last time, and kind of describing the situation with it's. If you look at it this way, you know, option 1 is 8 million more. Option 2 is 10 million. Option 3 is 12 million. So with what we think we have coming in, there was a plan that was put in place to try to do these construction plans. Will those plans be affected by putting $4 million more in this one? Possibly. Like you mentioned, Sabotage. That's one of the plans. Is Sabotage coming up real quick? As we look at Sabotage, and we ask the people of Shiprock, what would you like? There definitely will come a point where we'll have to say, well, we can't afford that, and we're going to have to say that to several different communities, and possibly even the community of Newcomb, as we look to replace the middle and the high school. And I hear all you're saying. I think the passion is fantastic. I think that language revitalization is very important in this district. And so if we're talking dollar and cents, it's really hard to talk about those two things and without them kind of getting in the way of each other and clashing. And I understand that. I do want to bring up one just real quick point. And it's this: if you put in 6 classrooms, then you have a full building with all the FTEs, which are all the teachers that you already have. You just now committed to 6 more teachers for that building for however long that building exists and however long you might have that program in place. So the question is, are we willing to commit that number of extra teachers across the district for anybody who now says we also want to have that program? And I don't know the answer to that. I mean, and you talk about the different funding. It's really hard to talk about that because those FTEs, those teachers you're talking about, are mostly coming out of operational, out of Title I, out of throughout the building, different funding, and of course, there's different funding as well for the Navajo language teachers. So, but most of that is kind of separate from the impact aid funding that we're mostly talking about using for construction. So it's really hard to compare all those. But I wanted to bring that up. Again, I think the passion is great, and I leave it up to. I mean, you all have the information, and I leave it up to the board. I mean, it's a tough job. It's a big job for you all to figure out.
The reason I asked the question is because, again, this one project's going to impact everything else that was sitting on the burner. And if we say, which it seems like, according to the responses, that it's going to occur, it just depends on whether it's 4 or 6, that anything else that was on the burner is going to have to be set aside because bills are going to have to be paid, contractors are going to have to be paid, and the money's not coming in fast enough, especially that impact aid money, that additional $20 million. We have no idea when we're going to get that because we're still waiting on the federal government to make up their mind in respects to the administrative law case that they have. Now, having said that, again, depending how you encumber that money in those funds, this project's going to impact everything else that follows, especially when you're talking about the junior high and the high school and those programs. What are we going to do there, and how we're going to be right back in the same boat? And I'm certainly, as I've said this before, time and time again, I am an ardent supporter of those programs. I came up and gave an idea to the district back in 2008 on revitalization and doing a 90-10 model for a charter school. Then someone had said, well, if you do it, it'd be a magnet school, because a charter school would have been different at that point in time. But the point being is growing that program, because I've been involved with this since the late 1990s, dealing with SASE and understanding, again, to Ms. Haskell's point about Newcomb and the facilities down there and that community having to deal with what they have for so long. So I understand that. I am an ardent supporter of the programs, both the Spanish speaking and the Navajo, especially up here in this area. They even made a comment to supporting Tagalog for our Filipino students. So having said that, even in my off time in respects to my school, ardent supporter dealing with the New Mexico Bilingual Association, with the student leadership programs, the same thing. And I understand where everybody's coming from, but the reality is, again, if this is done, whether it's a 4 or 6, something's going to have to be cut, set aside, or done away with, because that's where the focus of that funding is going to be over the next 1.5 to 2 years. How long is the construction plan for, Ms. Thompson?
Board President, Board Member Montoya, our design we had spec'd for 9 to 11 months. After that, we'll take the plans to the PSCOC to have our construction documents approved. Once they're approved, out on the street, breaking ground, we're looking at 14 months if everything goes as planned.
Materials are available.
So approximately 2.5 months from the time we say yes to end of completion? Ballpark, right?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Did I say
Yes,
months?
sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Years, damn.
That's a quick build.
That's wishful thinking.
I wished we could build stuff that quick, but yeah, we're looking at probably 2.5 years to finish this.
So my point again is encumbering that additional $12 million on top of what's already been slated for the next 2.5 years until completion. And anything that's even being remotely considered up and through that time is going to have to be set aside for that. So again, it's a matter of 4 or 6 and how much this board wants to spend additional to service the community.
If I may, Board President, just to remind yourself and the board members, we have already started the ed spec for the high school, middle school. They are doing interviews currently this week with staff. I went to PSFA and had our language changed in this award packet for Newcomb Elementary School to also add the high school and the middle school into this award money so that our match would be the 60-40 match that this award was given to us with PSFA. So just to remind the board that that project is also tied into this elementary school project based on the award language that we had changed so that we could save some money in being that our match would be 40% instead of what the new match, I believe the new match is 49%. If we were to just do the high school, middle school in a separate award from PSFA. So just information for the board, just so you know that those 3 schools are wrapped into this one award language with PSFA.
Thank you for that, Ms. Thompson. And again, like I said, the consideration of what we have in front of us in regards to funding this additional $12 million or $10 million in respects to anything else that falls to that, and saying no to some of these other projects. That's just the reality. And it would be nice if and when that additional funding comes to reality and to fruition. But at this point in time, we don't have those additional funds to be able to do that. I'm just saying again, specifically to the numbers, and again, it would be nice if we did have that additional $20 million, but we don't. And so we just have to be very thoughtful how we proceed and to what extent, quite frankly. So, thank you.
Board President, Mayor.
Yes.
Respectfully, I respect everybody's opinion. And this goes out with respect, the best way that I can explain or say it. But if I recall, Mr. Carlson, Judy Nelson was built on the intent of the enrollment as well. And it was built, you had less enrollment, but it was still built for a higher number of enrollment, but it was built, correct? Mm-hmm. So what's the difference with Newcomb Elementary not meeting the enrollment currently, but building it for a future enrollment? It's the same thing.
Sure, and I can address that. So there's a couple of things about the Judy Nelson that I do know, and I can kind of bring up. This coming year, our plan is to move Kirtland early childhood students to Judy Nelson because Judy Nelson has several empty classrooms because it was a declining enrollment. So the school was built and now has empty classrooms that we're filling with early childhood students. And once, if the enrollment continues to drop, then eventually there's going to be empty rooms again. And so it's a good point. And I do want to bring up one point though, just real quick, is that the community, when that school was built, even though it's a lovely school, It's to me, I came from a school that had 280 or so kids, and Ruth and Bond had 350 or whatever the numbers were. The community actually wanted 2 schools, and they had to eventually say, the district stepped in and said, we can't build 2 schools. It's financially irresponsible. So that's kind of why when they built a consolidated school, they did things to kind of to fix it so that it was feasible. Like they kept the gym that's 30, 40 years old, because they said, well, we're not going to build you a cafeteria and a new gym, that we can't afford a cafeteria and a new gym. So you get to keep the old gym, and then we'll just include a couple of these extra spaces. And they built it for a few more kids than were projected. And you're right. I mean, the number of students that were there was probably 600 students.
Yeah. So that's my baseline right there, is what you didn't get backlash as much. And we recuperated the funding. The money we got money here to this day, but your building was built. Why are we having this stigma about money when it comes to Newcomb, when it's the same, the enrollment and the size of just the enrollment base is the same equivalent. So why are we going back and forth with money? Because we have more money today than we had back in the days. And then on top of that, you see, I lost my train of thought here. Oh, it's a little bit too late to start saying we need to watch how we spend our money for Central Consolidated School District. It's a little late to say that. And why I'm saying this? We contract out to people to come in to do trainings, and we pay them we pay them a lot of money throughout the school year to come in and do trainings. We have to pay, when we put somebody on administrative leave, we're paying them until the end of their contract. We're losing money because we hire people who don't have good leadership in any capacity, whatever their title is, in the school, janitor, athletic, I'm talking anywhere, whatever your position is in CCSD. If you have poor leadership and we hire you and you give bad attitude and you treat people wrong and you have just bad leadership, or you do not know your position, you do not know your duties, you're put in a position and you don't know how to run your department, and you're relying on people beneath you, clerks, specialists, aides, receptionists. You're relying on all these people to hold you up. Those are the people who are making the people who are in top leadership positions, making them look good. The ones that are down here are the ones that are answering the questions. They're the ones that are reporting to us, to the board, not the main people who should be reporting. But yet, when we find them that they're doing something wrong, we have to put them on administrative leave, and we're paying them lots of money. I don't know how many lawyers we have. We're paying lawyers bukus of money. So it's a little late to say we got to watch how we're spending, when we should have already, people come into this district with PhDs, with master's degrees, went to college for 8 years, 4 years, whatever, 10 years. But you continue to negligently hire or under the table give benefits, or you bring your own constituents in to a district and create positions for them. It's a little too late to say, watch how we spend our money. And I'm putting this out there because this is a huge problem. It's the #1 problem for CCSD. This is how we're looked at outside in public. People know about it. Our staff complain about it. So it's a little too late to say, watch how we're spending money. Watch where we're putting money. If we're really going to do that, we're top heavy. You're paying salaries in excess of $80,000 up here at administration. And there's poor quality leadership, or they're not fulfilling their jobs correctly. They get benefits that other staff members in the school district don't get. Teachers don't get to leave whenever they want to. Support staff don't get to leave whenever they want to go take care of their kid or run to the post office or do whatever. There's people who don't have somebody in a high place, a friend in high places, to call and say, you know what, can you run this through? Can you do this for me? Oh yeah, I'll do it. Push it through. Call another department and say, you know what, run this through, do it. People see that, our staff see that. It's totally wrong. Yes, but yes, I'll stop, but I'm just saying it's a little too late we just need to vote. If we voted right now, my thing is to put the 6 classrooms in there with the additional room for the students at Newcomb Elementary.
I have a comment.
Can you hang on just a minute?
Sure.
We are in a situation right now, and you and I are here to make some changes.
Right.
And I agree and understand with your sentiment, but those changes don't come immediately.
Right.
You can understand that.
Yeah, totally.
And one of the big pluses, in my opinion, is we haven't gone out to do a search for a new superintendent.
Correct.
When I talked with Dr. I can't remember his name now. Say it again. Prather, thank you. Mm-hmm. He gave us training for free of how to save money so that or by not going out and doing a search, because if you do a search, you have to pay their airfare, pay the whole thing to have them come in so that we can interview them. Right. And I think we have the best here in our district, and the other administrators that you're talking about are already on contract. There's nothing we can legally do. You understand my point?
Yeah, I understand.
To pay them out, if you let the contract run out, you don't have to go through PED. Right. If you pay them out, you do. PED then has to approve it. So that's maybe I didn't voice that before or soon enough, but all of that was hopefully to save money. So,
well, Mr. Board President, this is going back before you and me were even on the board. This is.
I understand,
and I understand
but
the business process.
we can't fix that.
Right.
But from here forward, we're trying to improve that. So, yeah.
And it's improving, like you said, slowly, and we're going in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Aspas, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I know to be professional to our policies and HB 212 and things like that. And but sometimes, I think it needs to be said. And I give Miss George an applause for that. She's a new board member, and you know, sometimes when you're just that passionate about things and trying to get things done and please these people to the parents to and keep all those in check, and but when you see, and especially where she's come from internally, that's why I have a lot of respect for what she has to say. And you know, we don't like hearing the ugly stuff. We want to push them under the rug. We want to hide those things, but sometimes we need to hear it and publicly. So I appreciate the transparency. That's the way I look at it. And to go back to these funding, you know, just exactly what she said. Why now? Why are we concerned about what we're spending? We specifically said four positions that we didn't need when we were going to absorb, but all of a sudden they're filled. And that is just a total lack of respect, or not even respect for the board. You know, all that could have gone to, for what has it been, 2 years, 3 years? All that could have gone to the kids, could have gone to the students, could have gone to other things. And then and I still think there's a department that's redundant. And those expenditures and those costs could have gone back. So, but I can't, you know, I come to the board meetings and in the past couple of years it's been frustrating because I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt to the leadership, and I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt to my board members. But then when you have people from the inside, and the staff and the community, when they come to you and they tell you, then you well, and then we're elected. These people are the ones that elect us, and so now we come to this point. Now all of a sudden we're saying, what about money? Well, I think we need to go ahead and draw those documents, draw with the 6 classes, and send it right back to PFOC and say this is what is wanted. Because for years and years, look at what they took from impact aid. And if it has to come down to litigation, it may be years, but I think we can do it. I think there's some things that we can streamline and correct and get the money, the funding over there. And the years that I've been on the board, there's always been a crisis of some sort. But somehow we manage, somehow pull through. And to me, I feel like maybe this is the crisis, and maybe I'd like to think positive about this. I think it's a good thing, and it'll pay off. And
And if the legislatures and all those that are running and wanting to be elected are saying minority language and all that's important, then let's get those documents and send it right back to that committee. Thank you.
Are there any other comments?
Yes, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I completely agree with board member Aspis and with Secretary George. I think even now I get reports from my constituents talking about this, how leadership is trying to drive the direction of these decisions, how they already have this preconceived notion of what they want to see and what they want for the community. But they're not taking into consideration the community's wants and asks. I think it's been long overdue that this leadership has made those decisions without community input. And the community has spoken. They want the dual language program. And how are we supposed to provide a quality program for our students if we don't invest in it? And if it weren't a monetary issue, then what other issue would we place in that? Because I feel like we are just putting those barriers in ourselves. We are the ones who are saying we don't want this because of XYZ. And as a Navajo woman, as a Navajo graduate from that Newcomb elementary, middle school, and high school student, I didn't have that opportunity to have the dual language program. Fortunately, I have family members who are willing to teach me Navajo and Navajo culture. And our students, our families have spoken, they want the program. And how are we, and it comes back to that. How are we differentiating ourselves from other schools? They have a lot of options out there. They have a lot of options to go to charter schools, to private schools, to parochial schools, and they come to Newcomb, they come to Central Consolidated School District. And if we're not providing the services they want, they can go elsewhere. So we want to listen to the community. I want to listen to the community. I was part of that. And I feel robbed because I didn't have that opportunity to take Navajo language, Navajo culture, Navajo government. And we're not investing in what is important to our community members. And I think that if we don't do this, then we're just setting a precedent for continuing to make excuses and not listen to our community members, not listen to our constituents, and just going with whatever leadership wants, whatever is easiest. And I don't accept that. No road that's hard is going to bring about the pride and the feeling of fulfillment than we would if we go through this fight. And like board member Aspa said, the state owes us millions of dollars, impact dollars, millions of dollars from my day. And so I think that we need to invest in our community. We need to invest in our kids the way they should. Because when we make the decision to not do something, if we decide we're not going to do this path, then we as a board are saying we don't believe in our children. We don't want you to succeed. And I feel for our kids to be best armored and the best be in the future world and the world that they're going to go into is that they need to know their language. They need to know their culture. They need to know and have that self-identification to be able to walk in Western society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, point of clarity. Have we even voted yet?
Tuesday.
Okay. I just asking because it seems like people's minds are already made up that the board said no. So
Are there any other comments? Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board.
Mr. Yazzie, you have the next 3 items.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Benavides. I'm sorry, my apologies, Interim Superintendent Carlson.
Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Yazzie. It's fine.
Go ahead.
So we have here the purchase orders for April, exceeding 60,000. There is 8 purchase orders here. First one is PG Enterprise. It's for the KC HSS walking track. The PG Enterprise for the KCH baseball field. The PG Enterprise for the KCH softball field. Cooperative Educational Services. It's for the OHO schools to remove and dispose of 2 base wings. We also have item number 5. Cooperative Education Services is to provide labor and material to for equipment and to install new tables and trash receptacles. So we have several of them for cooperative educational services, for building repair and whatnot. They are listed there, and the purchase orders are also on pages 1 through 8 items there on the preceding pages there. Any questions about the purchase orders exceeding 60,000?
There's just 8?
Yes, for the month of April.
I'm sorry, Board President.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Haslett. You're all right.
I'm done, but sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, you're done, you said. Okay, never mind. I missed that part.
So I believe we're moving on to item K, accounts payable disbursements. We have first showing the this is disbursements for activities. All the activities disbursements are listed. It's totaling $21,429.08. The next set of items is the operational disbursement listing for the month of April. totaling $5,351,123.51. 57 cents. There's a total of 110 pages. And then we have next the outstanding check listing. And the one we're looking at here is the activities. For activities account, there's $9,956.20. And the next thing here is the operational disbursement listing. 7 pages of outstanding checks totaling $1,746,706.69. And we're looking at the expenditures for the general fund reports. For account funds, 11,000 to 23,000. Totaling for last month $3,256,561.53. Expenditures for grant funds, 24,000 to 29,000. For last month, we have 97,000. Let me see if this is 29. My apologies. 24,000 to 29,000 grant account expenditures. We have the month of April totaling $3,301,273.28. And we have the expenditures for capital outlay and debt services for the month of April, totaling $5,481,206.95. And we're looking at the revenues for our general fund. Funds 11,000 to 23,000, totaling $18,056,482.44. We did receive an impact aid payment for $12,128,780 for last month for revenue.
Board President, I have a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis. He stepped out.
Okay, what is the revenue for Carl Perkins and before we pass it, or the ad valorem?
So, Board Member Aspis, members of the board, interim superintendent, Superintendent Carlson. For this particular ad valorem taxes for this month is totaling, we received $2,977.95 this month. The Carl Perkins revenue is going to be on the grant fund revenue report. That's on the next item on here. So this is just money received from the general funds from operational accounts. And so let me go ahead and pull up my board docs really quick, just so I can see that sign. So this is for the grant funds for funds revenue coming in from grants for 24,000 grant funds, 24,000 to 29,000. Totaling for last month is $685,299.67. Let me see if my report says the Carl Perkins on here. Oh, there it is. It's the first page. So far we received refunds for the Carl Perkins for this year totaling $68,317.50 when we requested for reimbursements. And there's a remaining balance from the fund of $37,939.50 that are awaiting reimbursements.
Board President,
Yes, go ahead.
I have a comment or a question. So on that, is that the only monies Bond Wilson is getting or operating with?
Board Member Aspis, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. So this is some of the funds that Bond Wilson gets. In addition to this, there's other funds that are weaved into that school, which include other funds that that are listed here. I would have to actually go into the accounting system and pull up to see which other funds are going through that. And if Bond Wilson is funded from some of the operational accounts too as well. So I believe this Carl Perkins grant is for specific programs that are written within this grant here. And that's the grant actually funds those programs.
Thank you.
So we have the revenues, capital outlay and debt services for the month of April, totaling $53,699.19. And next we have the Johnson & O'Malley checks written for the month of April, which register 7-page report totaling $86,313.87. And this next report discloses the budget journal entries report, a total of $4,121,787.08. Any questions relating to section K?
Ms. Aspis, any questions relating to section K?
No, thank you.
Vice President Haskey, any questions relating to section K?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Yazzie. Budget adjustments.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Carlson. We have budget adjustment requests, and this is for, did I ask so kindly if you can go back to the top so I can see which one you're presenting? So this is for, this is a maintenance bar for Fund 24106. It is to have budget alignments from July through April. We're looking at a increase bar for Fund 24189. It's a sub-award for academic enrichment. We have received additional allocation for this fund, and it is to set up the initial budget based on that subaward for $329,201. And the next one we have is an increase bar for the Carissa funds to 4308. The district was awarded additional funds for this grant, totaling $116,976. So this is a bar to set up the initial budget. We have a maintenance bar for the Johnson O'Malley program. This is to make sure that our budget is aligned from July through April for the function 1000 in the system. And all these bars that we're presenting were, we use the pre-approval letter. We're just letting the board know what we use when we send this information to the New Mexico Department of Education. Any questions relating to section L?
Secretary Jones?
No.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Aspas?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yazzie.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, and Superintendent Mr. Carlson. My sincere apologies again for mentioning Mr. Benavides to you.
That brings us to item 4, executive session.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a motion to
read the statement
before I make the motion?
before you ask.
Thank you. Convene in an executive session for the purpose of discussion of limited personnel matters regarding A, the interim superintendent's contract, B, a complaint against an individual public employee, and C, the hiring of the new superintendent as permitted by NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Do I have a motion to
convene in the executive session?
I'll make motion.
Who made the motion? You made the motion. I did the second.
Oh.
I made the motion.
Okay, good. Now I'll do
That's
the
what I said,
second.
I made the motion.
Did you get that, Ms. Ray?
Yes, I did, Board President. Thank you.
9:15. Motion. I'll tell you. Yeah, I can't think. Sorry.
We got 3 hours.
Hopefully not.
Have a vote?
Oh. Miss Haskey, how do you vote? Thank you. Miss Aspas,
Yes.
Miss Haskey,
I vote yes.
Miss Montoya,
Yes.
Miss George,
Yes.
myself, yes.